says David Fletcher tagged out at the plate. Nearly everyone on social media thought he was safe, but replay officials in New York seeing this just after 4 a.m. Eastern don't overturn it. Orioles hit a 2-run homer in the 16th, taking the lead, and in steps outfielder Stevie Wilkerson, throwing lob balls in there. I think we could maybe even hit those. Briggs, he gets the job done, though, for the O's. He becomes the first position player ever to record a save.
This is my charge to everyone. We have to be better. We have to love more, hate less. It's our responsibility to make this world a better place.
Megan Rapinoe inspiring many with that speech at the U.S. women's soccer team's victory parade, and now she's taken that message and putting it in writing. The World Cup hero signing a 2-book deal with Penguin Press. The first will be released next fall, and the publisher says she'll talk about why speaking out on social issues is so important to her. She says that she hopes the book's going to inspire other people to find how they can create positive change, Dave, and inspire others to do the same.
She has a flair for the dramatic on and off the field, doesn't she? Corey Wire, thank you, my friend. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Romans, what's coming up?
All right, no holds barred, Dave. Joe Biden is ready to fight back against his fellow 2020 candidates. The new, sharper new strategy ahead of CNN's Democratic debate.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at Advance Auto, Walgreens, Ace, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
LG Signature.
At the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's, we carry flowers that signify why we want to end the disease. And we walk so that one day there will be a white flower for Alzheimer's first survivor. Join the fight at alz.org/walk.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors. Or get new AquaSeal water-resistant hardwood and laminate floors on sale. And save on all bamboo flooring up to 46% off. Plus, finance your entire project with 24 months special financing. Lumber Liquidators. Beautiful floors for less.
Get ready to save big.
Save 50% with our special overnight deal. Lose weight and get in the best shape of your life.
I'm Jesse James Decker, and I've lost 25 pounds for South Beach.
South Beach is a low-carb, high-protein, keto-friendly plan that burns fat and transforms your metabolism. Lose up to 7 pounds in your first 7 days and learn the way to maintain a healthy weight without hunger or deprivation.
I lost 42 pounds with the South Beach diet.
I lost 30 pounds on the South Beach diet.
I lost 29 pounds and I feel better than ever.
Order your 28-day keto-friendly plan right now. You'll get specially prepared meals delivered right to your door. Plus, you'll get all new Simply Fit Keto Shakes free.
If you want a program that works and is easy, try the South Beach diet. Save 50%. What are y'all waiting for?
Go online to the link below to claim this special overnight deal.
Time's a ticket. Go online right now.
Go online right now to save 50% plus get keto-friendly shakes free.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured and left those doubts behind.
I faced reminders of my hep C every day, but in only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
Even hanging with friends, I worried about my hep C, but in only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured. Mavyret is the only 8-week cure for all common types of Hep C. Before starting Mavyret, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Don't take Mavyret with atazanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With Hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless. There's no looking back, because I am cured.
Talk to your doctor about Mavyret.
At T-Mobile, for $40 a line for 4 lines, it's all included for the whole family, like unlimited with Netflix on us. And now, with each new line, get one of our latest smartphones included. $40 a line for 4 lines, and smartphones are included for the whole family.
I'm happy to debate with anybody the effects of the things that I did.
Joe Biden getting ready to fight back, bracing for attacks ahead of CNN's Democratic presidential debates.
House Democrats trying to figure out their next move. Privately concerned they're running out of time to start impeachment proceedings.
A new report from the Senate Intelligence Committee saying Russia started targeting America's elections in 2014 in all 50 states.
That's troubling.
Welcome back to Early Start. Happy Friday, everybody. I'm Dave Briggs.
And I'm Christine Romans. It is 33 minutes past the hour this Friday morning, and let's begin with the 2020 candidates. They're gearing up for next week's Democratic debates as new polling shows former VP Joe Biden firmly back at the top of the pack. In a new poll of the early primary state of South Carolina, Biden beats his nearest competitor, Kamala Harris, by a huge 27-point margin.
In the key swing state of Ohio, Biden's 31% share leaves Harris, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren in a virtual 3-way tie for second place. And on the key metric of, quote, who can beat Trump? At least right now in Ohio, the answer is clearly only Biden. CNN's Arlette Saenz on the trail with Biden's new, sharper approach.
Dave and Christine, Joe Biden is adopting a more aggressive, feistier tone when it comes to taking on his critics. He started out his campaign trying to stay above the fray, keeping his focus on President Trump. But you're now seeing the former vice president and his staff really fighting back against critics taking on Biden's record. One advisor telling me that the former vice president is not going to take attacks on his record sitting down. And you're seeing that play out right now in an escalating feud between Biden and Cory Booker, who has been critical of Biden on issues relating to criminal justice in the past, and recently calling him the architect of mass incarceration and criticizing the former vice president's current criminal justice plan. And Biden pushed back, pointing out Booker's record as mayor of Newark, New Jersey, and the police practices that were underway while he was mayor. Take a listen to what he had to say.
If you look at the mayor's record in Newark, one of the provisions I wrote in the crime bill, a pattern and practice of misbehavior, his police department was stopping and frisking people, mostly African-American men. So I'm happy to debate with anybody the effects of the things that I did as a United States Senator, as I did as a vice president.
And Biden has really sharpened his attacks on Kamala Harris over the issue of health care over the past few weeks. And he was recently pressed by a voter who encouraged him to be tougher in the upcoming debate. And Biden said he is not going to be as polite this time around, referencing that exchange with Kamala Harris relating to school busing from the first debate. Biden is going to be huddling with his advisors in the coming days, even running through some mock debates as he prepares for the debate on Wednesday. David, Christine.
All right. Thank you for that, Arlette. House Democrats who want President Trump impeached are concerned now that time may be running out. Sources tell CNN House Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler is making the case for impeachment behind the scenes. He is saying the time to act is now, while the nation is still focused on the Robert Mueller hearings and the fallout. The House begins a 6-week summer recess.
6 weeks, my friend. Wish we all had that. Speaker Nancy Pelosi still wants to build the strongest possible case for impeachment by fighting the White House in the courts first. But at a meeting Thursday, she told Democrats they should do their own thing on impeachment CNN for now counts 96 members of Congress who support impeachment proceedings.
All right, an explosive report from the Senate Intel Committee reveals the unprecedented scope of Russia's interference in the 2016 election. All 50 states were targeted starting in 2014. And according to the report, state and local officials were not sufficiently warned or prepared to defend against these Russian attacks. Right now, House Democrats and the Trump administration are fighting over how to stop Russian meddling efforts heading into the 2020 election. CNN's Caitlin Collins has more.
The Senate Intelligence Committee has released its report going into the extensive efforts of Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. election, just how extensive those efforts were, how far back they date, but also warning about what's to come, because multiple intelligence officials have said that not only did the Russians interfere in 2016, they're going to seek to do it again in future elections, and they want to warn U.S. officials about just how aggressive they need to be able to combat that. We've heard from the FBI Director Christopher Wray, who was up on Capitol Hill talking about those efforts for them to interfere, but also from the man who's been spending the last 2.5 years investigating it himself, Robert Mueller, the former special counsel who testified on Capitol Hill this week, much to the chagrin of the president, but also revealed a pretty breaking big moment during that interview or during that testimony when he said that, yes, the Russians are interfering, and he said they're actually interfering as we speak. Now, of course, those concerns about what exactly is going to happen in the future and whether or not the efforts are strong enough to essentially combat that come as there are still questions about whether or not President Trump himself is taking it seriously. House Democrats sent a letter to the White House demanding he receive the same in-depth briefing on election interference that they did. And the White House is firing back, saying that they believe essentially Democrats are grandstanding by sending that letter. Deputy Press Secretary Hogan Gidley told CNN in a statement that thankfully meddling didn't affect the outcome of the 2016 election, but says, quote, the Trump administration has instituted the first whole of government approach, including the FBI, DHS, state and local officials, to protect the integrity of our elections. Officials insist behind the scenes they are working aggressively to counter those efforts, but of course there is still skepticism about whether or not the president himself is the one leading those efforts.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thank you.
All right, joining us this morning from Washington, Washington Post White House correspondent Tolu Olorunnipa. Good to see you, sir. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Let's talk about this question of impeachment. We are currently at 96 in favor of starting impeachment proceedings. Jackie Speier, California representative, told Jake Tapper it's now or never. Listen.
If we don't take action come September 1st, then we should just shut it down because we're not going to be able to do anything at all. I feel strongly that we should, but I think we're running out of time. So there are 94 members that have come out publicly. I would say there's easily another 20 to 30 that would, given the opportunity to do so. They're holding back in part out of respect to the Speaker.
Okay, Tolu, presumably all House Democrats have read the 448-page Mueller report. Presumably they all participated in or watched the 7 hours of hearings with Bob Mueller. Hasn't that ship sailed?
Well, we're going to find out over the August recess. The lawmakers are going to have about 6 weeks to go back to their constituents, to go back to their home districts and hear from their voters whether or not they want an impeachment inquiry to go forward. A lot of these voters did choose Democrats to hold the president and to hold the White House accountable. And some of the voters are confused about how the Democrats are proceeding here, whether or not they are deciding to make things more definitive in deciding how they're going to hold the president accountable. Now, there are some court battles that still need to play out. The White House has had a full-on stonewalling strategy, saying they're not going to provide documents, they're not going to listen to subpoenas, they're not going to release witnesses. So Democrats have had a tough time building the case for impeachment, but they did have Mueller on the Hill. They do have the Mueller report, and they do have the ability to see that in that report there's a lot of information that could lead them down the path towards impeachment. They just have to decide whether they want to make that move politically, and it seems like over the next 6 weeks they're going to have to decide whether to fish or cut bait.
Or whether that 6 weeks just slams the brakes on the effort overall. One wonders if that 6 weeks slams the brakes on efforts to hold Russia accountable. That's another thing we've really learned here. Again, reiterating this week the Mueller testimony that Russia was involved in this election and is again now. And now the Senate Intel Committee report says that all the way back to 2014, the Russians were in all 50 states working against the American democratic process. What are we doing about it?
Yeah, Christine, one of the important parts of this report is that it is a bipartisan support. We've seen so much partisanship over the Russia investigation, over the fact that President Trump's administration was investigated. So this is one step of sort of bipartisan agreement that Russia did involve itself and interfere in the 2016 election. There's much less bipartisanship when it comes to deciding what to do about it. There has been some money that's been given to states and local officials to try to shore up their election processes. But the federal government has not centered on a specific strategy about how to sort of deter Russia from moving forward in the future. There are some recommendations in this report about providing a strong deterrence and letting Russia know and letting other actors know that if they do interfere, there will be a strong countermeasure from the U.S. government. But it's not very clear from this report that there will be bipartisan support for more significant measures to take on and to prevent election meddling in the future. There's still a lot of partisan wrangling over how much of an impact Russia had and whether or not Democrats and Republicans can come together on a single agreement on how to move forward.
Everything is a partisan issue these days. So let's turn towards the debates right here on CNN next week. All eyes on Joe Biden. They will continue to target him in particular on race. But the polls we showed earlier shows he is a clear frontrunner. Let me mention in particular Ohio, where he's the only Democrat to lead President Trump 50-42. And that's in particular on the strength of independence. 55-32 is the edge when it comes to independence over President Trump. That is why Biden is leading all of these polls. It's a huge gap. When he starts this new defensive posture next week, is it about defending his old record or proposing new policies?
It's going to be about a little bit of both. And Biden said in his interview with CNN just a few weeks back that he is center left, and he's sort of firmly holding that mantle. And that's part of the reason that he's leading in the polls is because there is a big number of center left voters who are maybe a little bit concerned about how far left the party is moving, about some of the other candidates, Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren. So Biden is trying to sort of defend himself as center left, even though the energy of the party is on the left flank. There are a large number of voters who are looking for someone not only to provide new policies, but also to defend themselves against this leftward lurch of the Democratic Party while showing that they can still take on President Trump. And those polls showing Biden ahead of Trump in key states like Ohio are his sort of best calling card for the reason for his election. He's been able to show that he is competitive against Trump in a number of key states in the upper Midwest, states that may be a little bit reluctant to move toward sort of a more left-leaning politician like Bernie Sanders. And Biden is using that to show that he has the best chance of beating Trump.
Speaking of the energy on the left of the president, his foil is
Ilhan Omar and the squad.
Yeah, and interesting that she's got an op-ed in the New York Times today saying essentially it's not enough to condemn Trump's racism. She'll be meeting with Nancy Pelosi today as well. So
we'll tweet that out for you.
Yep.
Tolu Olorunnipa, good to see you, sir.
Nice
Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you.
All right, a sweeping bipartisan 2-year budget deal passed the Democrat-controlled House Thursday. The measure avoids a potential default on U.S. debt, prevents automatic spending cuts to domestic and military funding, passed the House overwhelmingly, but faces a less certain future in the Republican-led Senate.
Conservatives are unhappy about increased domestic spending and raising the debt limit, something they fought against in the past. But Senate leaders have been touting the bill's big boost in defense spending. Will that be enough? Several conservative senators declined to tell CNN how they'll vote when the measure comes up for an expected vote next week.
What we do know is if it passes, it locks in trillion-dollar deficits and puts President Trump on track to be the $4 trillion debt man, adding $4 trillion
Incredible number.
to the American debt
All right, ahead, Britain's new Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying he wants to turbocharge Brexit. The EU not so sure. We're live from 10 Downing Street. Next.
My experience with USA Air has been excellent. They really appreciate the military family, and it really shows.
With all that USAA offers, why go with anybody else? We know their rates are good. We know that they're always going to take care of us.
It was an instant savings, and I should have changed a long time ago.
It was funny because when we would call another insurance company, they would say, oh, we can't be USAA.
We're the Weber family.
We're the Tennys.
We're the Hells, and we're USAA members for life.
Get your USAA auto insurance quote today.
The Joseph A. Bank Summer Specials. All traveler suits $299. All 1905 dress and sport shirts $29. Plus 60% off almost everything else. Summer Specials. Only at Joseph A. Bank.
At the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's, we carry flowers that signify why we want to end the disease. And we walk so that one day there will be a white flower for Alzheimer's first survivor. Join the fight at alz.org/walk.
Yes, I'm doing it all. The water, the exercise, the fiber. Month after month, and I still have belly pain and recurring constipation. So I asked my doctor what else I could do. And I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess treats adults with IBS with constipation or chronic constipation. Linzess is not a laxative. It works differently. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
I'm still doing it all. The water, the exercise, the fiber. And I said yes to Linzess for help with belly pain and recurring constipation. Ask your doctor.
Sun care is self-care. I used to not love wearing an SPF just because I felt like it was so oily and greasy and that it was going to clog my pores. But what I love about Olay Regenerist Whip with SPF 25 is that it's lightweight, it's barely there. And then I can put makeup on over it if I want, or if I'm not working, just roll. It's perfect for me. I'm Busy Phillips, and I'm fearless to face anything.
It's this gigantic, special effects laden personal film. There's no one else that could have made that movie.
I remember as a kid watching Close Encounters and thinking, I'd go. How would you not go?
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your fingers over and over again. By wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce the pain of pricking your fingers right away. If you're testing your blood sugar 4 more times per day, injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetic Health Hotline today and learn about the latest CGM technology. Not only can a CGM immediately reduce pain, it's accurate, easy to use, and helps you make better diabetes treatment decisions. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little or no out-of-pocket cost. We'll also provide free shipping of your new CGM, and we'll bill your insurance company for you. If you are testing your blood sugar 4 more times per day and injecting insulin 3 or more times per day, or using an insulin pump, call now and learn how to receive your new continuous glucose monitor at little or no out-of-pocket cost.
The CNN Democratic presidential debate, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by TheraWorks Relief. Prevent and relieve muscle cramps.
I've had muscle cramps for as long as I can remember. But now that I'm using TheraWorks Relief morning and night, they have stopped.
Get TheraWorks Relief today. Available in stores everywhere.
Boris Johnson wants to turbocharge the UK's departure from the European Union. In his first speech before the House of Commons, Britain's new Prime Minister declared the Brexit backstop must be abolished. That backstop is a last resort requiring the UK to maintain close ties to the EU in order to keep a seamless border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. Johnson has officially moved into 10 Downing Street, and that's where you'll find Nina Dos Santos this morning, standing by live. Nina, good morning.
Good morning to you, Dave. Well, it's number 2 into the days into Boris Johnson's premiership in 10 Downing Street, and things are a little bit calmer today, largely because Parliament has broken up for recess and they won't be back until September. But that doesn't mean that the clock isn't ticking, especially considering as this is a Prime Minister who apparently appears hell-bent on taking the UK out of the EU by the next deadline, which is October the 31st, come what may. In a 147-minute-long series of question and answers that he delivered in his maiden speech to Parliament yesterday that you referred to, he made it very, very clear that he was not buying this backstop arrangement from Brussels, and that unless they took it out, he was willing to just forego the possibility of any kind of deal from Brussels. That was swiftly rebuffed by Brussels, saying that they found this a very combative approach. Yesterday afternoon, we know that the European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker, who's about to end his term, had a phone conversation with Boris Johnson that appeared to be warm, but neither side budged on any side. They did, though, agree to share cell phone numbers and stay in contact over the course of the summer. Now, there's so many ways in which Boris Johnson is a very different Prime Minister, both on the Brexit policy front, on the domestic policy front, and also on the domestic front from previous occupants of number 10 Downing Street. Now, today, he's unveiling big domestic pushes to try and beef up the police service, focus on something else rather than Brexit. But in a few days' time, what's going to be focused on here at Downing Street is whether or not he's going to move in with his girlfriend, 20 years his junior. If that does happen, he and Carrie Symonds could become the first unmarried couple to inhabit number 10 Downing Street. Dave?
There will undoubtedly be a lot of firsts under Boris Johnson. Nina Dos Santos live for us at 10 Downing. Thanks. Back here, President Trump lashing out at Sweden in defense of A$AP Rocky. The American rapper is awaiting trial on assault charges set to begin Tuesday in Stockholm. The president tweeting, "Sweden has let our African-American community down in the United States, giving A$AP Rocky his freedom. We do so much for Sweden, but it doesn't seem to work the other way around." Spokesman for Swedish Prime Minister Stefan Löfven responding with a civics lesson, tweeting, "The government is not allowed and will not attempt to influence legal proceedings, which are now ongoing." Swedish prosecutors allege A$AP Rocky and two other men assaulted a man by kicking him and beating him with a glass bottle.
All right, 53 minutes past the hour. Let's get a check on CNN Business this Friday morning. A look at markets around the world. Asian markets closing mixed here. European markets opening a little bit higher here. And on Wall Street, some stability. But look, 73 points is not much in a Dow that is above 27,000. A day after a record highs, a stumble. The Dow and the NASDAQ recorded their worst one-day percentage drops in a month on one of the biggest days of the earnings season. The Dow closed down 129 points. The S&P 500 fell about 0.5%. The NASDAQ closed down 1%. Next up, second quarter GDP. That comes at 8:30 Eastern. Economists forecast 1.8% growth in the second quarter. And that's down sharply from 3.1% in the first quarter. Look, Trump needs these numbers. The president needs these numbers to be above 3% to keep his promise that his policies will spur growth in the 3 to 4% range. All right, they're keeping their higher standards. Automakers say no thank you to President Trump's rolled back emissions regulations. Ford, Honda, Volkswagen, BMW struck a deal with air quality regulators in California. They'll deliver fleets of cars that average 50 miles a gallon by model year 2026. They vowed to stick to that standard across the country in all 50 states. Automakers are on track to comply with tougher emissions rules put in place under President Obama.
Ignition. And liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon.
SpaceX's Dragon capsule launched in orbit Thursday with an interesting batch of supplies for the International Space Station. Among the cargo, an Adidas soccer ball, a pouch full of Nickelodeon green slime, 5,500 pounds of other things like, we'll say, supplies, food for the 6 astronauts aboard the space station. Nickelodeon arranged to include that green slime on the mission in the name of STEM education. The astronauts are going to play around with the slime and film how it moves in microgravity. The study of the slime, then they're going to use that to develop some curriculum for young students to roll out as soon as September. We'll be right back.
The ant mindlessly marches on, carrying up to 50 times its body weight. It never questions the task at hand. But this year, there's a more thrilling path to follow.
Kids! Change of plans!
Defy the laws of human nature at the Summer of Audi sales event. Get exceptional offers now.
As your life grows, so do your needs. And with Bank of America and Merrill, the benefits you get can grow too. As a Preferred Rewards member, you can enjoy priority service and exclusive discounts, so your growing life can be more rewarding too. What would you like the power to do?
It's tough to quit smoking cold turkey. So Chantix can help you quit slow turkey.
Along with support, Chantix is proven to help you quit. With Chantix, you can keep smoking at first and ease into quitting. Chantix reduces the urge, so when the day arrives, you'll be more ready to kiss cigarettes goodbye. When you try to quit smoking, with or without Chantix, you may have nicotine withdrawal symptoms. Stop Chantix and get help right away if you have changes in behavior or thinking, aggression, hostility, depressed mood, suicidal thoughts or actions, seizures, new or worse heart or blood vessel problems, sleepwalking, or life-threatening allergic and skin reactions. Decrease alcohol use. Use caution driving or operating machinery. Tell your doctor if you've had mental health problems. The most common side effect is nausea. Quit smoking, slow turkey. Talk to your doctor about Chantix.
We call it the mother standard of care. It's how we care for our patients, like Job. His team at CTCA treated his cancer and side effects, so Job can stay strong for his family. Cancer Treatment Centers of America. Appointments available now.
Family Taco Night is a heartburn night you can plan for. But surprise pizza at the office means heartburn you didn't expect. Zantac works when you need it. It relieves or prevents heartburn in as little as 30 minutes and lasts up to 12 hours. Zantac. Eat your way, treat your way.
Let them move the way they were born to. In new Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit with its ultra stretchy waistband and adaptive 360 Fit. New Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
The lines are open right now. We want to know from you, when was the last time you treated yourself?
I need to upgrade my ride. Cherry, who's the top luxury dealer in the area?
Wilkie Lexus Haverford is the #1 Lexus dealer in Pennsylvania.
Wow, that's cool.
And only 1 in 3 internationally recognized elite of Lexus dealers for 28 consecutive years.
Elite of Lexus? What's that?
A status awarded to dealerships for living up to the standards of excellence.
Wow. Anything else about Wilkie Lexus?
Look up and see for yourself. Wilkie Lexus. Upgrade to luxury.
The music event of summer. Country music's biggest stars perform their hottest hits. And the first time ever, Lil Nas X, Billy Ray Cyrus, and Keith Urban perform the hit, Old Town Road. Sunday, August 4th on ABC. And after the show, check out a special encore performance of Brett Young's song, Catch, available only on Xfinity. Just say Brett Young into your X1 voice remote.
New day, next on CNN.
All right, Briggs, we're out. Thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of your week, guys. I'm Christine Romans.
I'm Dave Briggs. Have a great weekend. Here's New Day.
Biden telling donors, I'm not going to be as polite this time.
What were you doing 5, 10, 15, or 20 years ago to fight for racial justice?
If he wants to go back and talk about records, I'm happy to do that.
Bob Mueller was going to pave the yellow brick road toward impeachment. Clearly, that didn't happen.
If we don't take action come September 1st, then we should just shut it down. I think we're running out of time.
There's nearly 100 in the Democratic Party who support impeachment. There's 135 who don't. So you don't even have the majority of Democrats yet.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. This is New Day. It is Friday, July 26th, 6 o'clock here in New York.
In New York. We're back in New York.
Back here in New York. That's right. After a wild ride in Washington, D.C., we'll talk more about the fallout from that. But first, this morning, former Vice President Joe Biden has a new plan, and CNN has new details about his strategy. A senior campaign official says that Biden himself is behind this new, more aggressive approach, which will take on his competitors directly. He is reportedly bracing for attacks at next week's Democratic debate, and this time his campaign says he's not going to just roll over, their words. He also comes armed with some very strong poll numbers we want to show you. A new national poll shows Biden's support increasing among voters, leading his competitors by 18 points. In South Carolina, Biden has more than a 3-to-1 lead over his nearest competitor. And in Ohio, he is polling higher than Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris combined. And Biden is the only Democrat who beats Donald Trump in a hypothetical head-to-head matchup in that key swing state.
Also new this morning, CNN has learned that some House Democrats are now concerned that time is running out to pursue any kind of impeachment inquiry, that it needs to happen by September, some are saying, or not at all, and that the House Judiciary Chair, Jerry Nadler, has at least considered the possibility of beginning an inquiry without a full House vote. Other big news in the Democratic caucus this morning. We're waiting to see this highly anticipated meeting between House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This is their first private meeting in months and the first since a very public feud.
All right, joining us now to talk about all of it, we have Errol Louis, CNN political commentator. We have Caitlin Collins, CNN White House correspondent, and Bianna Golodryga, CNN contributor. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's get right to these interesting polls. First, let's show this Fox News poll. Okay, so this shows where Biden is today, July 2019 versus a month ago. He has actually ticked up a hair. He is at 33%, more than twice where Sanders, his nearest competitor, is. And then you see Warren, Sanders has 15%, Warren 12%, Harris 10%, Buttigieg 5%. Let's look at the Monmouth University poll for South Carolina. Biden is more than 3 times his nearest competitor, who is Kamala Harris, there at 39%. I won't hog all the polls. I'll let John show you some also. But the point is, Errol, maybe he shouldn't change his strategy. Whatever he's doing is working really well. And the idea that he's going into this debate next week with a whole new strategy, I don't know if that's actually wise.
Well, he can take comfort in those numbers, but not for long, because as we saw on the debate stage, everything can change. These are big, major events. They can boost his competitors. They can lead to problems for him. They can put him in a light, and this is, I think, the most important thing, where it looks like he can't take on Donald Trump, which we know from all of the polls, because they're all asking it, it's the most important concern of Democratic voters. So he can't let himself get beat up on a debate stage, because that will sort of really kind of spoil the whole brand. The whole brand is supposed to be, I'm Joe Biden, I'm big enough, I'm bad enough, I can take on Donald Trump head to head. If it looks like he can't do that, there becomes a real problem for him.
And he's telegraphing that. He is telegraphing that he's going to go on this debate stage and be different than he was last time. And the word he has used, and I can play some sound here to this effect, is he thinks he was too polite. Let's listen.
I was probably overly polite in the way I didn't respond to an attack, "You're not a racist," which was a nice thing to say. It was really reassuring. So my guess is that it has more to do with, are people convinced that I still am the strongest person to fight back against Trump?
It's really interesting. The former vice president just said exactly what Errol Louis just said.
He's listening.
He's listening. No, he's telegraphing his strategy. It's always interesting to me, Bianna, when you're in the weeks of debate prep before a big moment, is sometimes the candidates give you the stage directions out loud. Sometimes they tell you exactly what's happening behind the scenes in their deliberations. And it seems to me the vice president is telling us that they know he has to go in there and just appear more aggressive.
But he said he's still going to do it with a smile. Look, clearly he has been pressured to come in better equipped for this next debate. What struck me in the new CNN reporting is that he said he actually watched that first debate as well. Remember in his interview with Chris Cuomo, he said that he did not watch it. So clearly he didn't like what he saw. The optics did not look good. And he took it personally when he was called, when he was told that he wasn't a racist, given his history. He took it personally also when he felt that Kamala Harris, who was a personal friend, went after him. He's now going to come in with these new poll numbers. He's going to come in with his own record and try to defend it, obviously on issues of race relations and his approach. And I also think healthcare as well, because this has been the one tangible that he has compared to the other candidates, specifically Kamala Harris, who has been sort of all over the place when it comes to healthcare and undecided about how she would pursue it going forward. He's got the Affordable Care Act, which he said that he's going to focus on improving, as opposed to focusing on Medicare for all or blowing up the system. So a lot of pressure on him, but he's clearly feeling a little bit more emboldened now with these numbers.
It's always interesting to look at the key state of Ohio. So shall we do that? Here is the Quinnipiac poll. That shows Biden more than twice ahead of his closest competitor in Ohio, and that is Kamala Harris. He has 31%. She has 14%, tied with Bernie Sanders at 14%.
What's really interesting about Ohio, though, is the head-to-head matchups with President Trump, and we have those numbers also. He is the only candidate who is decisively leading President Trump in Ohio. Now, look, the Quinnipiac poll may be an outlier there, but it's a decidedly different number, the one between Joe Biden and President Trump, than any of the other candidates.
And of course, Caitlin, the challenge for all candidates is how to have an aggressive primary without leaving somebody so battle-scarred for the general. So that will be what the, I guess, dance we see at the debates this coming week will be?
Yeah, and that's really what the Trump campaign has been counting on, is that somehow during this whole primary battle, they're going to push all the candidates so far to the left that it helps them when it's the candidate who's running against President Trump. And that's why they fear Joe Biden the most, because they're looking at polls like that one in Ohio, and they know that he is the one who has the best ability right now to get those Trump voters, those people who may have voted for President Obama before and then voted for President Trump. Those are the voters they're looking to hang on to in this next election, wondering what those swing voters are going to be doing in this upcoming election. So that's why they're worried about people like Joe Biden. And you see the president going after him, even as recently as last night in his interview where he was talking about his age. Even though the president and Joe Biden are only a few years apart, the president was trying to make a reference to his age, also referencing the special counsel's age after people watched Robert Mueller testify on Capitol Hill and noticed that he didn't testify in the way that he was once known as this tough prosecutor. And the president was trying to draw a comparison between the two of those, which people we've spoken with inside the White House don't think that's the best idea for the president. They kind of think he should just take the win here. But it really does frame up how the president is looking at this, because still, on a day-to-day basis, the president is regularly polling people about who they think is going to be the most formidable person that he's running against.
In Ohio, we have an answer, at least right now, today. Now, that could change, but it's interesting to see what those people in that poll think. Errol, another thing that continues to fascinate me is the African-American vote and how they are looking at Joe Biden, as compared to at least two African-American senators who are running for this office right now. In South Carolina, and this is P110, Joe Biden's at 51%. 51% among African-Americans in South Carolina. Way back in second is Kamala Harris at 12, and then Bernie Sanders at 10. Now, I know it's early, and I know that we have seen in past elections, particularly 2008, the African-American vote change en masse toward Barack Obama. But there has been an intervening event here. There was that first debate where Kamala Harris was seen as doing incredibly well, and yet you still have that chasm in South Carolina.
Yeah, you know, I tie that to some of the other numbers that are in that poll, sort of buried or embedded within the poll, which suggests that there's a very high concern among black voters in South Carolina about who can beat Trump. And so that, in some ways, is going to sort of push everything else aside and be why they're going to cleave to a proven vote getter. He's the only one out of the field who has run in national elections. He's won twice. He helped the first African-American president win. There's nothing not to like if what your only concern is, or your main concern is, your overriding concern is defeating Donald Trump. I think that's really what explains it. For Harris, she does know that in 2007, 2008, in the race, black voters were not on board with Obama until he won Iowa, and then they all came. So for Booker, for Harris, they're maybe hoping for a breakthrough somewhere down the line, but for right now, black voters, at least in South Carolina, are going to be sticking with the favorite.
Yeah, it's just interesting psychologically to think if voters are sure that Joe Biden can beat Donald Trump, or if he's just familiar and there's something comforting about knowing somebody, about in this time, this tumultuous time, of feeling that you have a known commodity.
Well, there's, I think, a bit of both going into that as well. I agree with Errol. I think if there's any lesson to be learned from Hillary Clinton is that you never take the black vote for granted. So they're with Joe Biden until they're not. I think Cory Booker's going to come into this fight as well and talk about race relations. Joe Biden seems to be prepared to go after Booker's record as mayor of Newark and some of the policies of stop and frisk. And I think going back to Caitlin's point, though, a bit more subtly, there's going to be an interesting dynamic when it comes to the generational gap between these candidates. I don't think they're going to take the president's route and just attacking Joe Biden for his age and some of these candidates, particularly in relation to what we saw from Bob Mueller this week. But we have seen more subtle digs from the Pete Buttigiegs and even other candidates referencing the age gap. And we're going to see if that's going to be an issue here in the next debate, too.
It is funny to see a septuagenarian making fun of other septuagenarians.
Right. When they're just within months of each other.
Guy.
Yeah, that old guy.
So we'll see how that works out. All right. Thank you all very much. So the lineups are set for the CNN Democratic presidential debates. 2 big nights, 10 candidates each night, Tuesday and Wednesday night at 8, live from Detroit. We'll be there only on CNN.
We are moving to Detroit.
We really are.
All right, new reporting this morning about what House Judiciary Chair Jerry Nadler might have up his sleeve, an impeachment maneuver that could change the equation. That's next.
New Day is brought to you by Cool Sculpting. Find out more on CoolSculpting.com.
You try hard. You eat right, mostly. You make time when you can. But sometimes life gets in the way, and that stubborn fat just won't go away. Cool Sculpting takes you further. A non-surgical treatment that targets, freezes, and eliminates treated fat cells. For good. Discuss Cool Sculpting with your doctor. Some common side effects include temporary numbness, discomfort, and swelling. Don't imagine results. See them. Cool Sculpting. Take yourself further.
Welcome to BritBox, the biggest streaming collection of British TV ever, from brand new shows to loved classics.
Oh, that's good news.
Very good. Binge Britain's best on BritBox. Start your free trial today at BritBox.com.
Recovering from the disabling effects of a stroke is challenging. Pisces 3 is a clinical research study to determine if a study drug made from stem cells will help improve function in people aged 35 to 75 who have limited movement in their arms and or legs up to 11 months after having an ischemic stroke. Qualified patients will receive study treatment and all study-related care at no cost. If you or a loved one qualifies, call 1-877-415-6830 or visit Pisces3.org.
My mom hired a bath fitter to make me a new bath. My friend Jimmy said that when he got a new bath, it took forever. Jimmy didn't have to take a bath for a month. I didn't even get to miss one bath. It's just not fair.
Bathfitter will remodel your bath in as little as 1 day. We've got over 2 million satisfied customers and 35 years experience. Call now or visit bathfitter.com for a free in-home consultation.
Every day, visionaries are creating the future. So every day, we put our latest technology and unrivaled network to work. The United States Postal Service makes more e-commerce deliveries to homes than anyone else in the country. Because the future only happens with people who really know how to deliver it.
This is PillPack. Every day I have to remember to take my medication. And I hate walking around with all of this in my purse. Now I use PillPack. They deliver everything right to my door, so I never miss my medication. The best part, their service is free. I only pay my copays. Does your pharmacy do that? Visit PillPack.com today.
Oh, this looks worse than I thought.
Mike and Jen Doyle?
Yeah.
Time for Medicare, huh?
I have no idea how we're going to get through this.
Follow me. Choosing a plan can be super complicated, but it doesn't have to be. United Healthcare can guide you through the confusion with helpful people, tools, and plans, including the only plans with the AARP name.
Well, that wasn't so bad at all.
That's how we like it.
AARP Medicare plans from United Healthcare.
I managed to book the last room for $150. Me too. Some hotel booking sites panic you into booking the last room. Instead, use Trivago. Trivago will search for availability and compare hotel prices from hundreds of websites worldwide. Hotel Trivago.
Why are we sneaking into the city when we could be at IHOP eating more crispy chicken?
Did that giant chicken just say IHOP now has crispy chicken?
Yeah!
It's a new buttermilk recipe made with all natural chicken breast.
To IHOP! Chicken!
New chicken and pancakes, only $6.99 at IHOP.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors, plus 24 months special financing. Lumber Liquidators. Beautiful floors for less.
This morning, we are waiting to see a highly anticipated meeting between House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This is their first private meeting since they had this very public feud. Also this morning, we're getting new reporting on how Democrats are struggling to implement a strategy on investigating President Trump. Lauren Fox is live on Capitol Hill with the very latest from there. Lauren.
Good morning, John. 95 Democrats at least support moving forward with an impeachment inquiry at this point, but Democrats are still very divided over the next steps, with Speaker Pelosi very hesitant to move forward. She wants instead for her caucus to focus on their legislative agenda.
The heat is on for House Democrats.
We will own August and make it too hot to handle for the Senate not to take up our bills.
Looking to move forward now that former special counsel Robert Mueller's testimonies are over, but growing calls for an impeachment inquiry into President Trump overshadowing their legislative agenda. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi at the heart of her party's battle.
Are you going to discourage your members at all from announcing their support for an impeachment inquiry?
Never have done that. I've never have done that.
A source tells CNN Pelosi put the issue into members' hands, giving them this message when it comes to impeachment. Do your own thing. For some, that time is now.
If we don't take action come September 1st, then we should just shut it down. I feel strongly that we should. But I think we're running out of time.
Sources attending a Wednesday meeting report Pelosi emphasized an impeachment decision should require the support of the entire caucus, not just one individual, and that fighting Trump should begin in the courts first.
I totally understand why the speaker is where she is, and I don't think that the Judiciary Committee and those of us who have called for impeachment inquiry are at odds with her.
House Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler unable to say if he'll move forward without Speaker Pelosi's approval.
I don't know. What I do know is that we have to go step by step, and our next step starting tomorrow is to get the evidence before the American people.
Two committee chairmen Adam Schiff and Elijah Cummings tell CNN they support beginning formal impeachment proceedings if the president defies a court order.
I'm keeping an open mind, but I have yet to be fully persuaded.
President Trump is still taking a victory lap, ramping up his criticism of the entire Mueller investigation.
This was a fake witch hunt, and it should never be allowed to happen to another president again. This was treason. This was high crimes.
Republicans stressing the Democrats are wasting their time.
That should be put to bed. That is over. We watched it. We heard it. We've read it. What more can they make up?
And in just a little over 2 hours, we expect Nancy Pelosi to sit down with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to discuss some of their differences over impeachment, over a feud they had over an emergency border supplemental bill a couple of weeks ago. We expect that meeting to open a line of communication, according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That's the hope, at least. But the big question, of course, can progressives and moderates go back to their districts for this 6-week recess and come back to Washington united?
Lauren Fox for us on Capitol Hill. I am very interested to see what the Speaker and the Congresswoman say after that meeting, if they have the same view of what comes out of it. Back with us now, Caitlin Collins, CNN White House correspondent, and Rachel Bates, CNN political analyst and congressional reporter for the Washington Post. And Rachel, you have your own reporting on much of the stuff that Lauren was just talking about, on really how there's some dissatisfaction and unrest and uncertainty inside the Democratic caucus right now, more now than ever, in terms of how to investigate the president.
That's right. It's a little perhaps counterintuitive, especially after Wednesday when Democrats, failed to land a new blow on the president. Coming out of the Mueller hearing, a lot of people felt that there wasn't that made-for-TV moment. He wasn't able to sort of bring the report to life and to give it this heft that they would need to move public sentiment to try to oust the president. And yet at the same time, we are seeing a sort of desperation almost in the pro-impeachment caucus. There is the timeline right now that they have in their heads, and the time is ticking, and they're worried that they're running out of time to impeach the president. And so what we saw right after Mueller's testimony was a bunch of Democrats confront Pelosi in a private meeting and say, listen, we are getting grilled by our base. They're saying not only do we need to impeach him, but that we're not investigating fast enough. And Pelosi basically said, you know, we got to look to the courts. The courts have to go first. But then you're hearing people like Jerry Nadler, who's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, say on television that he doesn't know if he's going to open his own impeachment inquiry on his own. He actually has the power to do that. I personally, just from covering him and covering the Democrats, am very skeptical that he would go against Pelosi and actually do it on his own. But this just shows you, as they sort of break for the August recess, they're getting all this heat from their base, and even, you know, former Obama acolytes who are saying they haven't really used their authority in the House well, and they haven't done a lot to sort of air out Trump's dirty laundry in terms of actually digging into oversight.
Well, there you go, Rachel. One more question about your reporting on that note. Isn't there a difference between starting a formal impeachment inquiry, which obviously has been a source of great debate, and doing their job, which is in large measure oversight? Of course, legislation is another thing, but oversight. So are they suggesting that they would even walk away from the oversight portion of the investigating of the president in this?
Nobody's suggesting that. I mean, I do think that there are some centrist Democrats who don't want it to be the number one issue, and they want to focus specifically on legislating. But when you talk to Speaker Pelosi's office, for instance, they are never going to say, oh, we need to drop this, we shouldn't do oversight. But what people feel they're doing is they're just sort of taking their time on a lot of this when, again, the clock is running out. For instance, Don McGahn, he ignored a subpoena 2 months ago. Why haven't they gone to court yet to try to force him to come in? And he was just the first witness in the Mueller report. These are people that, if you actually get them in the witness chair, they could actually have that made-for-TV moment, just like John Dean had for Richard Nixon. But Don McGahn obviously ignored a subpoena, and there's a lot of White House officials who have done the same, but the Democrats have yet to really move to force their hand in court.
Corey Lewandowski, who has no claim of privilege, has not been subpoenaed. We have Jerry Nadler on coming on later in the show, and we're going to ask about the ideas that you just raised there, Rachel, about maybe he would do this without full House approval and what avenues he has. Caitlin, there's another big story that's all connected to this, which is that the Senate Intelligence Committee has released the beginnings of their findings about the Russian attack on the U.S. election system in 2016. And among the findings was that all 50 states, Russia targeted all 50 states, a sweeping assault. Robert Mueller talked about it during his testimony, a sweeping assault. And also just yesterday, Senator Mitch McConnell and Republicans in the Senate once again blocked Senate protection, ways to protect the electoral systems in the United States. It's really interesting to see this all playing out at once.
Yeah, and this report is pretty damning if you read it, because not only does it go into the extensive efforts to interfere in the election, it also talks about how long it dates back, and it also warns about what's to come. That's essentially the reason for this report, is to essentially have a post-mortem, so you can see they want people to know what to do going forward. But of course, this does come as McConnell's refusing to take those votes up, because he claims that these bills are partisan, that they're not needed, that essentially they're just so they can have a referendum on the president, because of course the chief criticism from Democrats has been that the president is not taking election meddling seriously. And there is a sense of that here at the White House, because aides go out of their way not to bring it up with the president because they know it's a very sensitive topic for him that irritates him. So that's their concern. And you saw that in a letter from House Democrats to the White House yesterday, demanding that the president get this in-depth briefing on election interference that they received, because they don't feel like the president has been taking it seriously enough. That is something you hear reflected in our reporting back here at the White House, because even though sources say aggressively behind the scenes they are working on this, trying to counter it, of course the question is whether or not the president's skepticism goes to undermine those efforts. So that's really the question going forward here. But this report is pretty damning and lays out in detail just how extensive those efforts to interfere in the election truly were.
Well, it is complicated. How can you work wholeheartedly on something that your boss, the president, says is a hoax? So, Caitlin, Rachel, thank you very much. So why were 16 Marines pulled out of their morning formation and arrested? We have the stunning charges that they are facing, and the story next.
I love Grease, the musical. It shows you a high school that I didn't go to.
We'll always be together. And they're flying off. What? Why are they flying?
Sick and tired of running circles for miles and miles, being lost and never really been my style. But I told you.
Yo, Jer, we gotta get to the show. Get on the bus.
Jeep Wrangler. Freedom to do it all.
At T-Mobile, for $40 a line for 4 lines, it's all included for the whole family. Like unlimited with Netflix on us. And now, with each new line, get one of our latest smartphones included. $40 a line for 4 lines, and smartphones are included for the whole family.
Hyaluronic acid.
Revitalift Dermintensive's hyaluronic acid serum with our highest concentration of hyaluronic acid. Visibly plumps skin and reduces wrinkles. Revitalift Hyaluronic Acid Serum from L'Oreal. Available at Walmart.
You ever wish you weren't a motor?
Sure. Sometimes I wish I had legs like you.
Yeah, is it like a regular person?
No. Still have bike half man. Just the opposite.
What's the legs on the bottom and motorcycle on the top? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
Sit down, lift that. Check your phone. Sit down, lift that. Check your phone. Sit down, lift. If you do anything with regularity, you should get massaged with regularity. Get a free 60-minute session when you join today. Massage Envy. Keep your body working.
Moves like these need Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit. With an ultra-stretchy waistband and 360 Fit that adapts to every wild move. Plus, up to 12 hours of Pampers protection. So anything your wild child does, Cruisers can too. Our best ever fit is new Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
At Bergey's, the sale is just the beginning.
This is all we ask.
Visit Bergey's
and experience the Bergey's difference. We are committed to being your first and last stop.
Get 20% off 2019 GMC Sierra SLE Crew Cab models or lease a Buick Encore for $149 a month.
That's what made Bergey's a most trusted name since 1924. Family owned, customer focused. Bergey's Buick GMC. Driven to serve.
Moving is hard.
No kidding.
But moving your internet and TV, that's easy.
Easy?
Easy?
Easy. Because now Xfinity lets you transfer your service online in just about a minute with a few simple steps.
Really?
Really.
That was easy.
Yep. Plus, with 2-hour appointment windows, it's all in your schedule.
Awesome.
Now all you have to do is move that thing. Introducing an easier way to move with Xfinity. It's just another way we're working to make your life simple, easy, awesome. Go to Xfinity.com/moving to get started.
The stories behind the movies we love. Sundays on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by TheraWorks Relief. Prevent and relieve muscle cramps.
I've had muscle cramps for as long as I can remember, but now that I'm using TheraWorks Relief morning and night, they have stopped.
Get TheraWorks Relief today. Available in stores everywhere.
We're getting new details this morning about 16 U.S. Marines who were arrested at California's Camp Pendleton. Their alleged crimes range from drug-related offenses to human smuggling. CNN's Barbara Starr is live at the Pentagon. And Barbara, I don't think I've ever heard of anything like this.
Good morning, John. Well, look, imagine this scene. Yesterday morning roll call at Camp Pendleton, just north of San Diego, and suddenly 16 Marines on the spot, pulled out of line and arrested. The charges, the allegations against them are human smuggling, drugs use, drug allegations, all of it. They were arrested, detained on the spot. 8 other Marines are being questioned for their potential drug violations. Now, all of this growing out of a previous Marine investigation. 2 Marines arrested earlier this month for smuggling undocumented migrants into the country, not related to the southern border mission. But look, this is just the start of a number of things that we're learning about. We also learned yesterday that an elite Navy SEAL team was kicked out of Iraq by their own leaders, sent home for allegations of illegal, of course, consumption of alcohol in a war zone. Another Navy SEAL team, allegations coming to light that they face disciplinary action for using cocaine. A lot of questions at the end of the day about whether values, morals, and training are really at the front of everything the troops are doing. Allison?
Oh my gosh, Barbara, what a story. Please bring us developments as you get them. Meanwhile, security cameras capturing this brutal attack outside of a Washington, D.C. hotel. We want to warn you this video is graphic and could be disturbing to you. This shows a man beaten, knocked to the ground before being repeatedly kicked and then stomped on. Police are now looking for these suspects. There's as many as a dozen, and they are all believed to be teenagers between 13 and 15 years old. My gosh, CNN's Renee Marsh is live in Washington with more. What are police saying about this, Renee?
Well, that video is so hard to watch this morning, Allison. I can tell you that here in Washington, D.C., they are still looking for those attackers you just saw in that video. They appear, as you said, to be very young, teenagers. We have to warn you again that that video is very graphic. You see one of the teenager initially starts this all off by throwing the first punch. The man falls to the ground before all of the others join in. Now, this was caught on a surveillance camera in Washington, D.C. It was Sunday morning, right around 1 o'clock in the morning outside of a local hotel. And again, you're looking at it there. The victim was with another man, and he too was assaulted. Now, that is all according to police. Now, why they attacked this man is unclear at this hour. However, according to the police report, the second victim tried to intervene. He screamed, "That's not him. You have the wrong person." But the attackers, they were able to get away. We know from our local affiliates also covering this story that the man that you saw in the video there, he suffered head injuries, a left eye socket injury as well. But police do need the public's help with this one. Back to you guys.
All right, Renee, deeply disturbing. Thank you very much for that reporting. You know, we buried the lead this morning, which is the Red Sox scored 19 runs on the Yankees yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Right?
How have you waited 33 minutes to get that in the show?
I don't know. I've done a disservice, I think, to real Americans.
Worldwide, we're being watched.
We're going to have much more on the breaking details of the Red Sox beatdown of the New York Yankees.
That's better.
That is coming up.
That's better.
Also, we are getting new details about the Democratic candidates and their health care plans. We know that will be central in the upcoming CNN debate. Dr. Sanjay Gupta will tell us exactly how these plans differ next.
I mean, not as important as the Red Sox, but important.
Well, nothing is.
Thank you, Atlanta! You guys are great! Thank you, Nashville! Thank you, Dallas! Thank you, LA!
It always pays to save on your stay.
Thank you, Motel 6.
Especially when you're going places. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
This is my body proof.
Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin.
Proof that I can fight psoriatic arthritis.
With Humira.
Humira targets and blocks the specific source of inflammation that contributes to both joint and skin symptoms. It's proven to help relieve pain, stop further irreversible joint damage, and clear skin in many adults. Humira is the #1 prescribed biologic for psoriatic arthritis.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ask your rheumatologist about Humira. Go to mypsaproof.com to see proof in action.
the most awarded SUV ever. And the most capable. Changing how you're seen is as simple as changing your scenery. Have it all at the Summer of Jeep with a great deal on Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Now get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2019 Grand Cherokee Laredo or a net starting price of $31,940.
This is not just a headache. This is not just a fever. This is not just the flu. It's meningitis B, and you're not there to help. While meningitis B is uncommon, once symptoms appear, they can progress quickly and can be fatal, sometimes within 24 hours. Before you send your teen to college, make sure you help protect them. Talk to your teen's doctor about meningitis B vaccination.
The Last Picture Show is the movie that made me fall in love with movies. It just blew my mind.
There was a quality of reality. There's no feeling of watching a performance, but of experiencing another human being.
Nothing is more personal than your body, which makes treating it our privilege. At Mainline Health, when you're at your most vulnerable, we see it. We see hope. We see options. And in your loneliest moments, we go out of our way to see you. Because what is healthcare if it's not human?
I created Cambridge 25 years ago, and my son's 35 years ago. And after working with them for over a decade, I've learned something very important. Parents do have a favorite, and mine is Armortech. Only Cambridge pavers are made with Armortech, a unique process that produces beautiful colors that last for years to come. Love you both. But who more? I'll never tell.
Visit Mulch Barn Supply today.
The CNN Democratic presidential debate starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
This morning, clear divisions among the Democratic candidates for president on health care. But what exactly did the different proposals mean for you? CNN chief medical editor Dr. Sanjay Gupta is here to break down where the Democrats stand on all these issues. Sanjay.
Well, there's clearly this litmus test that is starting to develop between these candidates on health care. And what's I think stunning to a lot of people who followed this for a long time is how much progress, how much change there's been in terms of their views on health care just over the last 4 years.
They have different ideas on how to get there, but the same central message.
Healthcare is a human right.
Access to healthcare should be a right.
It's time for this country to make quality, affordable health care a right and not a privilege.
Better, cheaper health care. It's a challenge no matter where you are on the political spectrum.
I think people are really frustrated with the current healthcare system.
Erin Fusey-Brown, a health law expert at Georgia State, says the system has fundamental flaws.
It's really the worst consumer experience.
And we pay a lot for it. The United States has the most expensive health care in the world, around $3.5 trillion a year.
People should not be forced into financial ruin, into bankruptcy. For what reason? Because someone in the family became ill.
In 2016, his was a lone voice. But many Democrats are now getting in line behind Bernie Sanders, who has long called for a single-payer system.
I'm with Bernie on Medicare for all.
So then how does this plan differ from what Senator Sanders is proposing?
I think that they're very similar.
In a single payer system, everyone would be automatically enrolled in a government-run health care program like Medicare.
It would cover doctor's visits, hospitalizations, but also hearing aids, dental, and vision, these candidates say. There'd be some copays for brand-name prescription drugs. But a sort of litmus test is starting to take shape. Question is, will a single-payer system also eliminate private insurance as we know it?
Who here would abolish their private health insurance in favor of a government-run plan?
At the Democratic debates in June, only Senator Sanders and Harris, along with Warren and New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, raised their hands. Harris later said she had misinterpreted the question.
Anyone who has their employer-based insurance can keep it if they want.
The former Vice President, Joe Biden, doesn't envision a system without private insurance, and he is leading the charge on the public option. Perhaps no surprise, Biden wants to expand Obamacare.
In a public option, everyone would have the option to buy a Medicare type of plan for themselves, but they wouldn't be automatically enrolled.
We can protect and build on Obamacare and make sure that at least 97% to 100% of American people have coverage.
Biden's plan caps premiums and offers subsidies to buy insurance regardless of your income. Biden says his proposal would cost $750 billion over 10 years, money he would raise primarily through taxes and cutting costs. Sanders' plan calls for tax increases as well, money that he believes will be more than offset by lower premiums.
My guess is that people in the middle class will be paying somewhat more in taxes, but they're going to be paying significantly less overall in health care.
Harris says she believes her plan could be achieved without a middle-class tax increase.
Senator Sanders part of it is going to have to be about Wall Street paying more. It's going to have to be about looking at how we and what we tax.
But Medicare for All may not be an easy sell politically. A recently released NPR-PBS Marist National poll found 70% favor Medicare for All for those who want it. But just 4 in 10 say Medicare for All is a good idea if there is no longer private insurance. And 54% are even more blunt, saying it's a bad idea.
Sanjay, before we get to all of that, where do things stand today? What's happening with Obamacare?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, the Affordable Care Act is still the law of the land, but you'll remember in December of 2017, the individual mandate went away. That was repealed. December of 2018, a Texas district judge said, look, if the individual mandate no longer exists, the entire law is unconstitutional. Now, that decision's been put on hold, but it's starting to make its way through the legal system, and it's probably going to go to the Supreme Court again. So, I mean, we're going to see what happens. But without the individual mandate, can that law really still stand? That's the question.
There's uncertainty.
A lot of uncertainty, but for people who have health care through the exchanges right now, they still have it for 2018.
Which are millions of people.
Right. Millions of people, yeah. So,
Sanjay, thank you for explaining all that to us.
Thank you.
All right, weeks of preparation, back and forth negotiations, and anticipation. Now that Robert Mueller's testimony is over, what's next? CNN's Michael Smerconish has an idea for us after this break.
He also has an I told you so.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors, plus 24-month special financing. Lumber Liquidators, beautiful floors for less.
We'll take great care of him.
We get it. You got it.
Oh, thank you.
We're PetSmart.
Thank you. We're hugging.
Shh. We're sneaking. Just like IHOP sneaking into the chicken game. They got brand new buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast. We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. Actually, on second thought, let's go back to IHOP. Why are we doing this? We're back.
New chicken and pancakes. Only $6.99 at IHOP.
If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. I learned this the hard way with my first company. So I created NetSuite, the world's #1 cloud business system. NetSuite gives you the visibility and control you need to make smart decisions and grow with confidence. That's why companies who use NetSuite grow 3 times faster than the S&P 500.
Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/grow.
Is skincare from around the world better than Olay? To find out, Olay faced the world. We tested our vitamin B3 formula and beat Japan's top moisturizers, South Korea's most innovative, and even the $400 French cream. Olay Regenerist faced 131 premium products from 12 countries over 10 years. Olay's hydration was unbeaten every time. Olay, face anything.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
When the hot sun hits your ice cream, lick fast, like a cookie dough ninja. Apply that same speed to the Ford Hurry Up and Save sales event. Save 20% on an EcoSport and get a total savings of $4,853 at your local Ford store.
Pennsylvania's veterans have bravely served our country. Now, some are struggling with addiction. Pennsylvania's substance use disorder hotline is staffed by real people who are trained to help. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They'll get you or your loved one into treatment, regardless of your access to insurance. If you know a veteran who is suffering from addiction, call 1-800-662-HELP.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
When the hot sun hits your ice cream, lick fast, like a cookie dough ninja. Apply that same speed to the Ford Hurry Up and Save sales event. Save 20% on an Edge and get $88.50 off the MSRP. Or choose 0% financing for 60 months plus $4,050 cash back.
Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Mesothelioma, it's all we do. With 9 offices across the country, let us come meet with you. Call us at 1-800-213-8000.
Well, it was a big week in Washington with the hotly anticipated special counsel hearings, but then a letdown for many Democrats. So did Mueller's testimony change anything? Joining us now is Michael Smerconish, CNN political commentator and the host of CNN Smerconish, who John Berman warns me wants to say, I told you so. Is that right, Michael?
Well, Berman, I guess Berman is giving me that opportunity. Thank you. I did say curb your enthusiasm to those who anticipated that there would be bombshells. And I said it for 2 reasons. One, we knew he didn't want to be there. And 2, the format is self-limiting. And I think both of those came true.
However, and I know this is something that you like to bring up, Allison, there were actual moments of clarity inside that testimony. The former special counsel stated clearly the president wasn't exonerated. The former special counsel stated clearly, among other things,
that he lied. Well, let me be very clear about what the special counsel stated, that the president was generally untruthful in his answers to prosecutors in Mueller's office. That is a big deal. And the idea that Robert Mueller said unequivocally that the president could be charged with crimes once he leaves office. So there were big takeaways, but the performance perhaps eclipsed some of those.
Well, all those things are true. I don't think any of them were a surprise to those who had actually taken the time to read the report. But the reality is very few Americans read the report. And also, I think very few Americans were able to commit the necessary time to watch 7 hours of his testimony. So to answer the question, where are we today on this Friday? We're probably in the same place that we were before the Mueller hearing began.
You know, and then Robert Mueller brought up the very real issue of election security, saying that as we sit here, we are under attack from the Russians in all likelihood in our election system. The Senate Intelligence Committee put out a report yesterday, which says, Michael, that all 50 states, there are 50 states in the United States, and all of them were targeted by the Russians in the last election. And on that very same day, Mitch McConnell and Republican senators blocked legislation to protect state election systems. Is our government taking this seriously enough?
Well, definitely not. And I think what happened this week is that most of the attention was paid to the House Judiciary Committee hearing, which was the first of the hearings, because many wanted to know, is there going to be a gotcha moment, a smoking gun relative to the president? That didn't pan out. In the Intel hearing that followed, Robert Mueller was very clear about the vulnerability that we face. And if I can just add this, last Saturday on my program, I had Richard Clark and Robert Kanocki, who just published a book on the cyber threat that we face. And one of the things that I learned from them and from the book is that there are very few election machine manufacturers that we rely on in this country, and they don't give their software to our government so that our government can ensure that there aren't bugs in it and ensure that we don't have vulnerability. The point is we remain wide open to attack, and we have a very disparate system that's administered by the states. And the Russians have impregnated that, for lack of a better description. This report from the Senate committee says that their intentions are unclear. But I happen to think that this is the bigger story of the week than what did Mueller say about Trump.
So what's going to happen in the debates this week? How much, of the energy on the stage will address that? What are you looking for?
Allison, I keep thinking about the fringes of the stage. If you envision the way that they will be arrayed on night 2, we're all thinking about Biden in the middle and Cory Booker and Kamala Harris at his side. And that there will be crossfire among those three, I think, is a certainty. But it's the last dance for some of these candidates unless they can move the needle. So I'm looking at Bill de Blasio on one side. I'm looking at Kirsten Gillibrand down there at the end, or second in on the end at the other end of the stage. And I'm saying, do they emulate Kamala Harris? Do they look at Biden as their opportunity to try and come back in September? Because unless they do something, they probably don't get to come back and compete. So don't overlook the remainder of the stage, is my point.
The Last Dance. Michael Smerconish, Donna Summer.
Oh, I heard it.
Right?
I heard.
Are we right, Michael?
Right.
Okay.
Coming up tomorrow on Smerconish, MacArthur Park.
He's melting. Check out Smerconish on Saturdays at 9 a.m. Eastern.
All right. Do you want to know what complete pandemonium looks like?
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
It looks like fun is what it looks like.
This is the insanely cute version. The reason for this Panda Frolic Fest. Not that pandas, by the way, need to have a reason to frolic. Frolicking is innate. It comes to them naturally, as do apparently fruit bowls?
Yes, that's
okay.
A fruit bowl.
Next.
You try hard. You eat right, mostly. You make time when you can. But sometimes life gets in the way, and that stubborn fat just won't go away. Cool Sculpting takes you further. A non-surgical treatment that targets, freezes, and eliminates treated fat cells. For good. Discuss Cool Sculpting with your doctor. Some common side effects include temporary numbness, discomfort, and swelling. Don't imagine results. See them. Cool Sculpting. Take yourself further.
Claire, it's advanced cancer. Now I know this is sudden. Claire.
If you ever face advanced cancer, one test could make a real difference. Learn how the Foundation One test could help your doctor connect you with personalized treatment options. For the intended use and safety information, visit startwithstep1.com.
In 1 week, a lot will happen in your life. Wrinkles just won't. Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair's derm-proven retinol worked so fast, it takes only 1 week to reveal younger-looking skin, making wrinkles look so last week. Rapid Wrinkle Repair. Pair with new retinol oil for 2 times the wrinkle-fighting power. Neutrogena.
Can my side be firm?
And my side's super soft. With the Sleep Number 360 smart bed, it can, with your Sleep Number setting.
Can it help keep me asleep?
Yes, it senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you both comfortable. Save up to $800 on select Sleep Number 360 smart beds. And Saturday.
I'm making plans for takeoff before planes even land.
I'm making concert halls perform.
I'm turning warehouses into symphonies.
I'm making aerosols 99.9% safer for the planet.
At
Honeywell, we make a lot of incredible things.
But mostly,
we make the future.
Today, your information is more exposed than ever. When you shop, bank, or browse online, you're vulnerable to cybercriminals. More threats demand more protection. That's why Norton and LifeLock are now one, combining device security, VPN for online privacy, and LifeLock identity theft protection, backed by $1 million protection package. Get all-in-one protection for $9.99.
Okay, here is your paperwork if you want to review it and make sure everything's in order.
These factory floor mats, really as good as WeatherTech.
You know, laser measure.
No.
Nothing comes even close to laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners. They offer the ultimate protection, front, back, and even up the sides. For a full line of premium automotive accessories, order at WeatherTech.com. Nothing protects like WeatherTech.
We need to talk. You and I are busy people, and some days there's just not enough time. Am I right? Well, Tackle helps you make time for what you love and find help for what you don't. Simply download Tackle and choose the pre-priced job that you need, and voila! An approved provider is at your doorstep the same day. So whether it's assembling furniture or just mowing the yard, Tackle is the proven solution that fits your schedule. That's Tackle.
Play it cool and escape heartburn fast with new Tums Chewy Bites cooling sensation.
Bleacher Report Update, brought to you by Tums. Tums fights heartburn fast.
So it was undoubtedly the most important baseball game of the entire season. Wouldn't you say?
Definitely.
Decisive, predictive,
fantastic,
determinative. Coy Wire on what happened in Fenway and the historic implications, Coy.
My goodness, history made in one of the greatest rivalries in sports, the Red Sox and Berman. They and the Yankees have played more than 2,200 games since the rivalry started 117 years ago. Never have the Sox put on a show like this. 19 runs. Boston tore New York's starting pitcher Masahiro Tanaka apart. All-star Xander Bogaerts starts the party with a 451-foot, 3-run shot, part of a 7-run first inning. Tanaka gives up 12 earned runs in total before getting yanked. There's Berman's face. Look at that smile.
The reaction shot live.
No Yankees pitcher has given up more runs to Boston. Xander Bogaerts' family and Little League coach missed his first home run because they got to the game late, so he hits another one. Sox win 19-3. But hey, John, what do you think? New York's still ahead of them in the standings.
What does that matter? Who cares about the standings?
That's
who
the
pays
exact
attention to
attitude that Bogaerts seemed to have after the game. Listen to his reaction to this win.
It was good. We know where we're at. We know what's needed to be done, and I think we're all satisfied with the result today.
Just cool, calm, collected, no big deal. We got this, right, Berman?
That's what a $120 million contract does for you, also.
Is this what elation looks like on Berman?
Yes, before 7 a.m. This is as good as it gets.
It's really good. All right, next to this story, pandemonium breaks out in China. That's where a conservation center threw a huge first birthday party for 18 panda cubs. It was panda kindergarten. 9 male, 9 female cubs, including 3 pairs of twins, John.
Yes, just like us.
Just like us. Just like our children. They celebrated with fruit birthday cake, which is delish, or milk if they were teething.
Oh, I'm afraid, what if they're lactose intolerant?
They played together. They had plenty of toys. They climbed trees. The cubs were all born between June and September of last year. It was a Pandapalooza.
A Pandapalooza? Pandemonium?
Pandemonium, I already used that one.
Were there peanuts in the cake? Because I'm also concerned about peanut allergies. These are the things that come up in birthday parties, the birthday parties that I've been to.
You're right. Look at how cute they are. Yeah. They're just like stuffed animals zapped to life. All right. Don't
diminish them. They're more than just stuffed animals zapped to life.
I was racing through this because I thought we had other jokes.
No.
Okay, I'm wrapping the pandemonium right there. We have new reporting from Capitol Hill and the campaign trail. New Day continues right now.
It had always been an unspoken goal of Pelosi and her leadership team to get to August without launching an impeachment inquiry.
Some Democrats are definitely concerned that the window is closing.
I think the speaker's meeting with AOC not based upon impeachment, but just trying to get her conference in line.
I think the objective is to make sure we're opening a line of communication, that all aspects of the party are on the same page.
We've seen that Joe Biden has continuously been doing very well against Donald Trump in the different swing states.
Sleepy Joe is okay, but he's fading. I think he's fading fast.
Biden thinks this is bigger than selling T-shirts, taking kind of a shot at Kamala Harris in her debate moment.
I thought we were friends, and I hope we still will be.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
Welcome to our viewers in the United States and all around the world. This is New Day. There is growing concern this morning among some Democrats that time is running out to pursue an impeachment inquiry against President Trump. Some House Democrats now say that it needs to happen by September or not at all. And the House Judiciary Chair Jerry Nadler has at least considered the possibility of beginning an inquiry without a full House vote.
Other big news in the Democratic caucus this morning, we are waiting to see a meeting between House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This is their first meeting in months and the very first since their public feud. So Jason Carroll is staking out this upcoming meeting. I'm sure they appreciate that, Jason.
Yes.
And he joins us from Capitol Hill. Act natural, I'm sure
Yes.
is what they're saying.
Right. Well, look, this is a meeting that was really been a long time coming. And one Democratic lawmaker put it to me this way. He said, look, if these two can get inside this room and at the very least decide to not to publicly go after each other, that would be a start. I mean, these are two people who really share a strained history. When you go back, you look at Pelosi trying to, some say, downplay AOC's influence, whether it be on Twitter or otherwise. You also have the Speaker going after this so-called squad for voting against that immigration bill. And then you have AOC, for her part, calling out the Speaker for singling out the squad, who just happened to be for women of color. And yesterday, I caught up with Ocasio-Cortez and tried to get more of a sense of where her head is at going into this meeting. What would you say is your main objective going into this meeting with her?
Well, I think the objective is just that, to make sure that we're opening a line of communication, that all aspects of the party are on the same page, and to make sure that, for me, as always, that working people have a seat at the table in what's happening in Congress.
So a lot of eyes on this meeting, Allison, a lot of folks up here on the Hill trying to find out what's going to happen and hoping for some sort of a positive outcome. That meeting, private meeting scheduled to happen at 8:30. Obviously, we're going to be standing by to see what happens. The Speaker, for her part, is planning to hold her regularly scheduled press briefing. That's going to be sometime after the meeting this morning. So we're sure to get some sort of an insight from her when that happens. Allison?
Perhaps you could just plant a microphone in the room. Have you considered that?
That would be great.
All right, let's do that. Okay, thank you very much. So there are new polls that show former Vice President Joe Biden is still the person to beat among Democrats running for president. On the national scale, Biden is leading his competitors by 18 points. Then in the states, it gets also interesting. In South Carolina, that lead is even wider, with Biden up 27 points over his nearest competitor, Kamala Harris. Biden is also on top in the all-important state of Ohio. And right now, he is the only Democratic challenger to beat President Trump in a hypothetical head-to-head matchup. Pete Buttigieg is in 5th place in all of these polls, but he just released his economic policy exclusively to CNN, and CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is here with the details. What do you see in his economic plan?
Hi, good morning, Allison. Well, this plan is really aimed at protecting the American worker and really putting in the hot seat some of these bigger tech companies. Here are some highlights from the plan that I just want to name right away. He's guaranteeing that all American workers have the right to join a union, introducing multi-million-dollar penalties for employers who interfere with workers' rights, and he's calling for legislation that makes pay gaps at every large company public. He's also calling out in this plan companies like Google, Lyft, and Uber for using contractors and not hiring full-time employees. Contractors like Lyft drivers, for example, don't get those full-time benefits. And what he's proposing is that these contracted workers can form unions, they can collective bargain, and he would make it so that every company would have to follow very strict guidelines in order to determine whether or not their employees are in fact contractors. I spoke to the mayor exclusively last night, and he told me that he is willing to take on these big tech companies. He said, quote, "I think they need to recognize the consequences if we continue moving into an economic reality where workers are eviscerated. I have nothing against these companies succeeding when workers are doing well, but they can't have it both ways. This policy is also incredibly pro-union, which is really interesting because we know that President Trump did really well with unions, and the mayor says that this plan is in part to try to get those labor unions back on the supportive side of Democrats, and he is hoping that this plan will really resonate with those union voters.
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich for us. Very interesting, Vanessa. Pete Buttigieg will be in night one of the debates alongside Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, and this provides him some talking points there. And all Democrats, and frankly, Republicans too, feel comfortable taking on big tech. Very interesting to see how that will develop over the course of the campaign. Joining us now, MJ Lee, CNN political correspondent, John Avlon, a CNN senior political analyst, and Alex Burns, national political correspondent for the New York Times, and a CNN political analyst. And friends, we have some new reporting about the current frontrunner in the Democratic race, Joe Biden, and the strategy he plans to employ in these debates. Let me read to you, this is Pete 119, our new CNN reporting. Several advisors had encouraged Biden to be more aggressive earlier in the campaign, one advisor said. But after the debate, which Biden rewatched afterward, the former vice president told aides he felt he needed to fight back more. One official said Biden genuinely believes he was a little too polite in the last debate, noting that he abided by the ground rules of the debate, while other candidates did not. Alex Burns, first of all, interesting that they somehow got the vice president to go back and watch the last debate. Look at what you did, they were saying there. But also interesting that they're telegraphing this more aggressive approach.
Well, they're telegraphing it in that kind of reporting, and they're telegraphing it just with his public behavior, right? That Joe Biden, after spending his first 2 months as a candidate trying to sort of sail above the field, talk to Donald Trump and about Donald Trump and sort of pretend that these other 24 people are basically irrelevant, has been going after, proactively going after candidates like Cory Booker, who is at 2%, 3% in the polls, responding very, very forcefully to criticism of his own record on issues like civil rights and criminal justice. And, the folks I talk to in Joe Biden's world say that, yeah, part of it is because he wants to, draw some lines in the sand before he is face to face with Cory Booker, with Kamala Harris next week. Part of it is also just about projecting this other sort of more intangible sense that he's a fighter, he's tough. If you look at Biden's poll numbers after that first debate, Democratic voters do not like him less than they did beforehand. His personal favorability has not dropped, but his strength in the polls has dropped as a primary candidate. And what Biden's folks think that reflects is unease about him as a general election opponent for Donald Trump. And the answer to that, they believe, is to come out swinging.
But if they dropped, they've soared back up, because in these latest polls, he is twice. He has more than twice where the nearest competitor is. In South Carolina, he has more than 3 times where his nearest competitor is.
Those numbers have stabilized. They're not back to where they were before the first debate. And South Carolina, it bears repeating as often as people can bear to repeat it. South Carolina continues to be just a huge toehold of strength for his campaign. That Iowa is looking pretty tight. New Hampshire very much up in the air. As long as he continues to be the runaway favorite with African-American voters and white moderates, South Carolina is a fantastic source of strength for him.
Look, I think the thing about South Carolina is it's a mistake for campaigns to bet too much on primaries down the field, because there's momentum that comes after Iowa and New Hampshire, of course. What I think these two polls show, though, is that electability is not some abstract idea that should cause furrowed brows and dark corners of the Democratic Party. This is a real deal. South Carolina, Ohio, the country is big, and Biden seems reassuring to a lot of folks. I think the thing that he needs to shore up, which he's already doing, is that can he be feisty? Can he be a counterpuncher, in the language of Donald Trump? Is he going to really be someone who can be focused and fired up when the time's right? That Ohio number head-to-head against Donald Trump is really important. 8 points outside the margin of error, as well as these primary polls. So he's got a lot of strength, but he's still's got to show he can be focused and fired up in the next debate.
Put up that Ohio number so we can see there. He is the only candidate in this Ohio poll who has a lead outside the margin of error, or lead at all, against President Trump. That's interesting. And MJ, back to South Carolina, what Alex was talking about just there, and the persistent strength that Joe Biden has among the African-American vote there. This is P110. He's at 51% among black voters in South Carolina, 51%. Kamala Harris is down to 12%, and this is after that first debate where Senator Harris made race a central issue.
Right. Well,
Biden came into this race with such an enormous advantage and leg up with the African American community because of the fact that he served as Obama's vice president, because he has developed these relationships for decades and decades. I do think, though, we do a little bit of a disservice whenever we try to paint an entire demographic group with a broad brush. With Biden and the kinds of African American voters and the relationships that he has with the community, yes, that is strong, and yes, that is borne out in some of the early polls that we have seen. But that doesn't take into account the fact that within the African American community, there are people who have competing interests. There are people who have competing needs and reasons for them to look at and survey the other options that they have in this Democratic race, right? I mean, the simple fact that we have a Kamala Harris and a Cory Booker for the Black community to look to. The fact that we have a number of candidates who are specifically putting out policy ideas that address the racial gap or address issues that are very specific to the Black community. I mean, this just means that further down the line, there's sort of the potential there for that support that he has right now to fracture.
Very
we just
quickly,
haven't seen that
Can you
yet.
just tell us about your reporting about Elizabeth Warren and her fundraising?
Her campaign is going to announce that they have crossed the 1 million donations threshold in terms of fundraising later this morning. Obviously, this comes after the campaign announced a really strong $19 million+ fundraising in the second quarter. And I believe Bernie Sanders is the only other Democrat to have previously already announced that he also crossed the 1 million donations threshold. Obviously, this is going to be another data point for the Warren campaign to say, look, we're running an unconventional fundraising strategy, but right now it is working.
Democrats in the House. I think that all Democrats nationwide would like people to focus on the debates next week rather than what's going on inside the Democratic caucus right now, which is a struggle with how to deal with the investigations going forward, particularly after the Mueller testimony this week, Alex. And what we're hearing, while we have had a few more Democrats come out and say they want an impeachment inquiry, is Nancy Pelosi not going there just yet, but Jerry Nadler and others getting more frustrated about it.
Right, and I think Democratic sort of base voters around the country getting frustrated about it. There's not, I don't think, a groundswell of support to literally impeach the president, but there is, I think, a broad sense in the Democratic Party, including a lot of members of the House who have not endorsed impeachment, a broad sense that the investigations are not gaining the kind of traction that Democrats believe that they would, and that they have not had the success in holding the administration accountable that they told voters that they would have during the midterm elections. So I don't know what that frustration turns into. I think at this point you have to assume until further notice that impeachment itself as an issue is probably not going anywhere. The Speaker has control over that caucus that no other legislative leader in recent times has had, and she remains totally opposed to it. And for a lot of purposes, that's kind of the end of the story.
Yeah, I mean, look, they can play the game out and say, look, we're not going to win in the Senate, so why bother? There's a political loss here. But I think what you're starting to see among members of Congress after the last Mueller hearing is actually the sense that, look, we can prove that he met all the normal applications of obstruction. And what are the constitutional implications for not pursuing impeachment? And that's an argument I think you're going to hear more and more. Are we going to look back in the rearview mirror of history and say, we let someone off the hook who deserved to be impeached, and what kind of precedent does that set?
That's a really interesting discussion to have here, and one that I've tried to have with Democratic leaders, which is that if you consistently say the president broke the law, that he obstructed justice, how can you then not say that the impeachment is the way to go? It's the only remedy the Constitution provides if you believe those things.
That's right. That's exactly
right. They're saying politics over posterity. And that's what they're saying. That if their goal is to remove President Trump from office, they want to do it at the ballot box, and they don't want to get bogged down in this. It makes sense politically.
Yeah, because they're not going to pass the Senate, and they know that. But then there's the question of the principle, the politics versus the posterity, as you just said. And I think that is a conversation that's going to be increasingly had among members of the caucus. They try to get the number of Democrats who support impeachment up on that argument alone.
This is also what you get for having two generations of a bipartisan effort to make the presidency so powerful that it's essentially beyond accountability by any normal means. That you had two different presidents facing impeachment, facing criminal investigations from two different parties, Bill Clinton and Richard Nixon. Their justice departments both miraculously concluded the president cannot be indicted. And that's the world we live in now. And if you think that the next time a Democrat controls the executive branch, they're suddenly going to start stripping back the powers of the presidency, well, I've got a bridge to sell you.
There's a really interesting op-ed in the paper today from a Harvard professor saying that our institutions may need updating because of all of these things.
It is Infrastructure Week.
Yes.
Thank God, finally.
I know.
All right.
Alex, John, MJ, thank you very much.
And of course, the lineups are set for the CNN Democratic presidential debates. 2 big nights, 10 candidates each night, Tuesday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Live from Detroit. We will be there only on CNN.
All right, CNN has exclusively learned that hundreds of red flags were raised within the Trump administration about those family separations even before the policy was officially announced. So we'll speak to a Texas Democrat who has been working to investigate these family separations and what exactly is going on at the border right now.
At T-Mobile, for $40 a line for 4 lines, it's all included for the whole family, starting with unlimited data. Use as much as you want, when you want. And if you like Netflix, it's included on us. Plus, no surprises on your bill. Taxes and fees are included. And now, for a limited time, with each new line, get one of our latest smartphones included. That's right, only $40 a line for 4 lines, and smartphones are included for the whole family.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there so you can be too.
Critics everywhere are raving about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Rolling Stone says it's pure cinema pow. Pow! Time magazine declares DiCaprio and Pitt are marvelous together.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Oh. Esquire proclaims it's Tarantino's masterpiece.
What a picture. Good picture, yeah.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Rated R.
Get closer to the team. All Together FC Bayern. Qatar Airways. Going places together.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things combined from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Innovation has changed the world, moving us all forward. Isn't it time smoking changed too? At Views, we push the possibilities of vapor so that every decision, every detail goes into creating what smokers really want. Real draw, real taste, real satisfaction. Views Alto. The perfect puff is here.
It's this gigantic, special effects laden personal film. There's no one else that could have made that movie. I remember as a kid watching Close Encounters and thinking, I'd go. How would you not go?
Ever notice there seems to be a Berge Chevrolet everywhere you go?
Because our customers say their experience here was like no other.
At Berge Chevrolet, you're always treated like family.
And we'll take the time to find your best price.
Come to Berge's Chevy All-Star Open House all month long for all-star deals on our all-star lineup of Chevy cars and trucks, like a new Trax, leased for only $89 a month, or a Silverado, leased for just $219 a month.
Find out what a difference a dealership can make at Berge Chevrolet.
Trend to start.
The music event of summer. Country music's biggest stars perform their hottest hits. And the first time ever, Lil Nas X, Billy Ray Cyrus, and Keith Urban perform the hit, Old Town Road. Sunday, August 4th on ABC. And after the show, check out a special encore performance of Brett Young's song, Catch, available only on Xfinity. Just say Brett Young into your X1 voice remote.
The CNN Democratic presidential debates, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
New this morning, a CNN exclusive about migrant children forcibly separated from their families at the southern border. Our CNN reporting finds that officials in the Health and Human Services Department were so concerned they tried to raise red flags with the Department of Homeland Security. Here's the top line. Hundreds of red flags were raised internally within the Trump administration about how families were being separated at the U.S.-Mexico border, including some from months before the controversial zero-tolerance policy was announced. Joining us to talk about this and more, we have Democratic Congressman from Texas, Henry Cuellar. Congressman, thanks so much for being here. I want to start with that CNN reporting that we found, because I think it is really telling that other departments could see what was starting to happen or what was threatening to happen, and they tried within their own internal ways to say that this could be a big problem. They give some anecdotes. CNN has reviewed tons of documents that show internally what was happening when the family separations were starting. And there's just 3 anecdotes that I want to share from these documents about kids and how they were separated from their parents. Here it is. There was a 14-year-old who said he was separated from his father in May 2018 after a meal break while in custody, and was told by officers that his father would be deported. Okay? In another situation, an 11-year-old stated that he was called aside by an officer and then he did not see his father again. A 10-year-old with poor communication skills was allegedly separated from his mother a year ago, in June of 2018. So these are just 3 examples of kids who didn't know what was happening, didn't have the communication skills to tell officials, and were basically blindsided by their parents vanishing. What have you learned in these hearings?
Or even when, I can give you another example. I've heard also that when parents were taken over to go get before a magistrate, because as you know, it's a misdemeanor to come in the first time across the U.S. without the proper documentation, they were told, here are your kids, and when you come back from court, hours later, they would come back and the kids will come back. I know that because I've heard that from some of the, some of the officials there. So again, there are examples. That is wrong. That is wrong to separate the kids. Now, there are certain limited circumstances that if you have a parent that has a criminal record or has some possibility of abusing that child, I can understand that. We do that to U.S. citizens, of course, all the time. But again, if they were just doing it just to separate, that is wrong. And this is why Congress needs to make sure that we do our oversight and hold people accountable if they do that particular type of situation.
Yes, I mean, we have heard from other lawmakers that family separations are still happening. What do you know about this?
Well, again, we have to make sure that if it's happening, we need to make sure that we get after the officials. Whether, as you know, there's 3 different law enforcement officials or down there at the border, should I say. The main ones are Border Patrol and ICE. And of course, on a separate note, it's Health and Human Services along with other officers. If they're doing that and it's not one of the limited reasons why they separate them or they need to separate them, then that's wrong, and we need to make sure that we do that. But again, overall, the men and women are trying to do the right job. But if somebody's following the wrong policy, the policy has to be changed, or we got a bad apple, we definitely have to go after any bad apples.
I know that you were involved in these hearings yesterday with the head of ICE. Is there news that you want to share with us about what you all have been able to unearth about how things are being conducted at the border?
Well, basically it was an oversight provisions. There were members that had different types of questions to the work that they're doing down there, and they brought up circumstances where, for example, if somebody's held and they're a U.S. citizen, what happens to that individual? Because U.S. citizens are not supposed to be held or attempted to be deported. So there was a various type of questions. My thing is just generally this. We cannot demonize any of our law enforcement officials down there. They're trying to do their job. But again, I'm one of those that if somebody is a bad apple, we definitely have to go over that. And the meetings that we had on ICE and the meetings that we had on Border Patrol, we need to make sure that as Homeland appropriators on that particular subcommittee, that we have to make sure that we keep having those hearings and we keep going, inviting our members to go down to the border. I live at the border. I don't go visit. I live at the border. I talk to a lot of these men and women. And again, generally speaking, they're good people trying to do their job. But if the policy's wrong, we need to change the policy.
Yeah.
If there's a bad apple, we go after that
But
bad
Congressman,
apple.
do you know about the ICE raids? I mean, it's been reported in the New York Times that 35 people were arrested. The president had telegraphed that there would be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Did they update you on what's happening with those ICE raids?
Well, they generally talked about this. Look, it depends what they're going after. If they're going after immigrants that have criminal records, and then there was a discussion, what sort of criminal records were they? Felony? Were there traffic tickets? So we went into some of that details. If they're criminal aliens, then definitely we need to get those people picked up. Yeah. Those are the type of questions that we need to make sure are they deporting the priority people? The people with criminal records, or is it people with a traffic ticket?
That would be important to know. I want to ask you about what your feeling is after the Robert Mueller hearings. 96 House Democrats are still calling, or now calling, for an impeachment inquiry. Where are you now?
I'm not there yet. I'm one of those that I believe in the process. We're going to let this, let the committees finish their work. Make sure that we get all the information that we can. Hold people in contempt if they don't want to show up. The administration cannot decide who comes in, who comes out, what sort of questions they're going to ask. They cannot do that. And we need to make sure that we hold people in contempt, do the subpoenas, get the information, and get to a point where we decide as a caucus, or I shouldn't say as a Democrat caucus, but really as the U.S. House of Representatives, and see if we need to move forward.
Well, I mean, that hasn't happened yet. Don McGahn obviously hasn't appeared. There doesn't seem to have been any action on that. So has anything changed, do you sense, since Robert Mueller's testimony?
Well, certainly after the meeting, after the hearing, as you know, there was a caucus meeting. It was people had their opinions, but as right now, the caucus as a whole, we've decided not to move forward on the impeachment. We're continuing letting the committees continue their work on the oversight, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay, Congressman Henry Cuellar, thank you very much for the information.
Thank you, and you have a good weekend.
You too. John.
A stunning new report on the extent of the Russian attack on the U.S. elections, and it is released the same day that Senate Republicans block an election security bill. That's next.
Did you know that every single flush flings odors onto your soft surfaces? Then they get released back into the air, so you smell them later. Ew, right? That's why Febreze created new Small Spaces. Press firmly and watch it get to work. Unlike the leading cone, Small Spaces continuously eliminates odors in the air and on surfaces, so they don't come back for 45 days. Now that's one flush and fresh bathroom.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors, plus 24 months special financing. Lumber Liquidators, beautiful floors for less.
Jill has heart failure and a new place to explore. Jill has Entresto, a heart failure pill that helps keep people alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARM. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Where to next? Sun care is self-care. I used to not love wearing an SPF just because I felt like it was so oily and greasy, but with Olay Regenerist Whip SPF 25, it's so lightweight. I love it. I'm Busy Phillips, and I'm fearless to face anything.
My experience with USAA has been excellent. They really appreciate the military family, and it really shows.
With all that USAA offers, why go with anybody else? We know their rates are good. We know that they're always going to take care of us.
It was an instant savings, and I should have changed a long time ago.
It was funny because when we would call another insurance company, they would say, oh, we can't be USAA.
We're the Weber family.
We're the Tennies.
We're the Hells, and we're USAA members for life.
Get your USAA auto insurance quote today.
Hey! This is new Seneca Kiwi Balance. It has a clinically proven ingredient to help support regularity. Who knew that a dietary supplement with a natural enzyme and prebiotics can help support regularity? Go Kiwi Balance!
New Seneca Kiwi Balance. Celebrate regular.
You guys have been great! Thank you, Atlanta! Thank you, Dallas! Thank you, LA!
It always pays to save on your stay.
Thank you, Motel 6.
Especially when you're going places. We'll leave the light on for you.
Why are we sneaking into the city when we could be at IHOP eating more crispy chicken?
You chicken at IHOP?
I never saw that coming.
IHOP just snuck into the chicken game. New chicken and pancakes, only $6.99.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
If you thought replacement windows weren't in the budget this year, listen to this. For 1 month only, Renewal by Andersen is having a flash sale on our windows, patio doors, and entry doors. Before July 31st, save $320 on every window, save $820 on every door, and when you pay for your whole project with cash or check, get an extra 3% discount. Or with our financing, don't pay anything for 2 years. And as the full-service replacement window division of Andersen, know you're getting a deal on the windows and patio doors that'll last. During this sale, save $320 on every window, save $820 on every patio and entry door, get an extra 3% discount, or your choice, don't pay anything for 2 years. Our flash sale is 1 month only and ends on July 31st. For your free appointment during the sale, call 1-800-897-7800.
The stories behind the movies we love. Sundays on CNN.
This morning, a new assessment about just how comprehensive, how extensive was the Russian effort to attack the U.S. electoral system. I just want you to look at the states targeted. This is from a new report from the Senate Intelligence Committee. It says all 50 states were targeted by the Russians in 2016. Not a single state was spared. Also, new reporting that says the Russians are not alone in targeting the 2020 race. Joining me now is Phil Mudd, CNN counterterrorism analyst and author of the new book due out next week, Black Site, the CIA and the Post-9/11 World. Phil, I'm going to talk about the book in just a second. But first, the Senate Intelligence Committee report saying that all 50 states were targeted, all of them.
Yeah.
On the very same day that Senate Republicans block an electoral security bill. As someone who's worked in intelligence, how would you look at that?
Boy, that concerns me. I could see the legal issue here. There's an issue that says the states are going to be responsible for their own systems. But step back here. You're dealing with a state actor, Russia. And as you know, there are other reports that other countries, China, Iran, and others are involved in the American electoral process. These are state actors that are highly sophisticated. I cannot imagine that an American citizen wants to pay for and have each state develop the capability to monitor and block somebody like Russia coming into their systems. I understand the states have responsibility for voting, but you got to have the federal government say, we're going to give you a hand, because I don't want to pay for my state, Virginia, to develop a tech capability to fight the Russians. That's nuts.
And if you're on the front lines in the intel community trying to battle this, if you see the Senate doing what it's doing, if you hear the president not even wanting to address the reality of the Russian attack, what message does that send to you?
A pretty simple message. If you want to coordinate a message to the American people, the FBI director has spoken. I guarantee you 98% of the Americans don't even know who that is. The problem I would have with this is there's got to be one messenger for the next year and a half. That messenger has to be in the Oval Office, not just because it's President Trump, but because any president has the capability to speak to the American people in ways that the FBI or CIA can't. I'm concerned not just about the intel piece, but about the messaging piece that's on the front end of the intel.
Phil, you worked with Robert Mueller. In fact, Robert Mueller comes up in your new book. But you worked with Robert Mueller years ago. Was the Robert Mueller you know the one that you saw testifying the other day?
Let me be clear here. We have a man who served in Vietnam and was decorated. We have a man who was nominated for a U.S. attorney job by a Republican president, who was nominated to be the FBI director by a Republican, renominated by a Democrat. Republicans asked him to serve again. There's been a lot of conversation about whether his performance was perfect. I don't care. I'm 57 years old and I have a hero. I spent 4.5 years with that guy. Let him go. He was the best I ever saw, Democrat or Republican, and I just want to let it go. He's a great man. Let's let the hero go.
So you mentioned him in this new book, Black Site, and it's a brief reference, but it talked about how he is revered among the people in the intelligence community. This book is really interesting, Phil. I learned a lot here. It is about what you call, or what is called, I learned, the program, which was the use of black sites in interrogating terrorists in the post-9/11 world. Why and how did you go back and write this?
You know, I was running one day. I lived part-time in Memphis. I love to write. My mom, God bless her soul, inspired all us kids to love books and to love words. So in addition to the story here, I wanted to write a book, and I realized that the story of what happened after 9/11, the tension we faced, the way that a kid today can't step back in time and understand the pressure of decision making was going to be lost, because a lot of the friends I spoke to for this book will never speak again. So I sat there and said, I love writing, but I also want to write the story for a next generation or the last generation that takes them back in time and allows them to stand in our shoes. That's why I wrote it, John.
And the story, though, Phil, is one of what has been called enhanced interrogation techniques on these black sites, rendition sites. You know it's controversial. It continues to be controversial.
I agree with that, but I think sometimes when you face a tough situation, instead of cringing, you got to look at the mirror and say, in 2002, like it or not, this is where America was. At some point in the future, where America will face decisions like this again. If you want to understand what it was like and the pressure of making those decisions, read the book. Because if you guaranteed to yourself you would have made a different decision, you might have, but it wasn't that easy.
And you write, Phil, that you knew at the time, because you were in the middle of this, everyone there knew at the time that what you were doing would be questioned, both legally, ethically, and morally, and yet you still made the decisions you made. And at the end of the book, you write about you and everyone else, too, about if you had to go back and do it all over again. So let me just ask you, if you had to go back and do it all over again, would you?
I don't think so, but that's not because I think the program was not founded in American law. That's not because I think we did things that were inappropriate. That's because we've had 17 years for people to speak, the people who represent us in the White House and the Congress. They said, not only do we not want this to happen again, but we won't protect you if it does. So if you're leading an intelligence effort, you can't put yourself in a position to lead people into a situation where the Congress is going to moonwalk years later and say, we didn't really know, you guys are nasty. You can't do that again.
Phil Mudd, like I said, the book is Black Site, the CIA in the post-9/11 world. There's a lot of new information in here, and it really does bring you back to such an incredible time in our history. It comes out on Tuesday, July 30th. Thanks so much, Phil.
Thank you.
All right, now to this. How was America's biggest e-cigarette company able to reach children and teenagers in their schools and summer camps? We have the details on that next.
Yes, I'm doing it all. The water, the exercise, the fiber. Month after month, and I still have belly pain and recurring constipation. So I asked my doctor what else I could do. And I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess treats adults with IBS with constipation or chronic constipation. Linzess is not a laxative. It works differently. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
I'm still doing it all.
The water, the exercise, the fiber, and I said yes to Linzess for help with belly pain and recurring constipation. Ask your doctor.
Welcome to Boca Bridges. Wake up to sun-filled days, fired up mornings, pampered afternoons, and opulent Florida nights. Live in Boca Bridges in Boca Raton, Florida's ultimate luxe life. Contemporary, classic, and modern home designs from the 800s to 3 million. Visit today. Boca Bridges in Boca Raton. Experience more at bocabridges.com.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured and left those doubts behind.
I faced reminders of my hep C every day, but in only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
Even hanging with friends, I worried about my hep C, but in only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
Mavyret is the only 8-week cure for all common types of hep C. Before starting Mavyret, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Don't take Mavyret with atazanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless.
And there's no looking back, because I am cured.
Talk to your doctor about Mavyret.
The CNN Democratic presidential debates. Biden, Harris, Booker, Yang, Castro, Gabbard, Gillibrand, Inslee, Bennett, de Blasio. Night 2 of the CNN Democratic debates on CNN.
Ever notice there seems to be a Berge Chevrolet everywhere you go?
Because our customers say their experience here was like no other.
At Berge Chevrolet, you're always treated like family.
And we'll take the time to find your best price.
Come to Berge's Chevy All-Star Open House all month long for all-star deals on our all-star lineup of Chevy cars and trucks, like a new Malibu, lease for only $169 a month, or Equinox, lease for just $129 a month.
Find out what a difference a dealership can make at Berge Chevrolet.
Ready to start.
We're the Slowskis.
We like drip coffee, layovers,
and waiting on hold.
What we don't like is relying on fancy technology for help.
Snail mail. We were invited to a Y2K party.
Didn't that happen like 20 years ago?
Oh, look, Carolyn, we got a mathematician on our hands.
Check it out. Now you can schedule a callback or reschedule an appointment even on nights and weekends. Today's Xfinity service. Simple, easy, awesome.
I'd rather not.
The CNN Democratic presidential debates, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
A fraternity at the University of Mississippi suspending 3 students after a disturbing photo surfaced showing them posing with guns at a bullet-riddled memorial site for civil rights icon Emmett Till. CNN's Martin Savage is live in Oxford, Mississippi with more. What do we know about this, Martin?
Morning, Allison. Yeah, this photo is not only sparking outrage, it may spark a civil rights investigation. It was brought to light thanks to an investigative journalist here in the state of Mississippi. The photo shows 3 white University of Mississippi fraternity brothers from the Kappa Alpha fraternity posing in front of the Emmett Till memorial marker. And you can see that 2 of the men are holding guns. The marker itself is blasted with bullet holes. 2 things. First of all, we blurred the faces of the men because we have not reached them yet for comment. And also, it's not clear if these men are the ones that shot up that marker. It has been defaced in the past. And we should point out that marks the spot where Emmett Till in 1955, where he was tortured and murdered, his body was recovered. It is considered to be the start of the modern civil rights movement. The 3 have been suspended by the fraternity, which put out a statement saying, this photo is inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. It doesn't represent our chapter. We should point out, though, the fraternity has a history of racial controversy. The University of Mississippi calls the photo offensive and hurtful, but says it doesn't violate any student code of ethics. It also says it wasn't taken on campus. The U.S. Attorney of Northern Mississippi has passed it on to the Department of Justice for further investigation. The marker has been taken down. A 4th bulletproof version is being worked on. And lastly, the family of Emmett Till, speaking to CNN about this photo, says to see them standing there smiling is disappointing, but not surprising. We have to say and stay focused. What is really important in our mission is justice for Emmett Till. We should point out nobody has ever been convicted for Till's murder. He would have been 78 yesterday. John and Allison.
I have to say, Martin, it is horrifying to see that picture when you just think about the history
that we keep learning over and over again, it seems.
And you hear from the family saying they're saddened but not surprised. Internal emails and contracts revealed during a congressional investigation into Juul's role in the youth vaping epidemic. An employee suggesting in a memo that the company's efforts seem to duplicate those of Big Tobacco. This was a fascinating hearing. CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta joins us now live to explain. Sanjay, what have we learned here?
Yeah, there was a lot going on in Washington this week, I know, but this was a pretty passionate hearing. You had people talking about all aspects of these e-cigarettes, the marketing claims, the health claims, the role with Big Tobacco. They're putting billions of dollars into these e-cigarettes, and that should tell you something about this. But there were also some pretty jaw-dropping moments, I think, just as you watch the story unfold. Think about it as a parent. Here's some of what we learned.
We face an entire generation of kids addicted to nicotine who are human guinea pigs for the Juul experiment overall.
Many of Juul's tactics seem to be right out of the Big Tobacco playbook.
We never wanted any non-nicotine user, and certainly nobody underage, to ever use Juul products.
Juul hasn't provided satisfactory...
We've seen passionate exchanges between tobacco opponents, Juul executives, and members of Congress at a 2-day congressional hearing on Juul's role in the youth vaping epidemic. But perhaps the most surprising exchange came from high schoolers, who revealed that Juul had sent a representative to their classroom last year, and that teachers were asked to leave the room.
Did the presenter call Juul quote-unquote totally safe more than once?
Yes.
What impact did those quote-unquote totally safe comments have on your classmates, some of whom may have already started vaping?
For my classmates who were already vaping, it was a sigh of relief because now they were able to vape without any concern.
We asked Juul about this, and they said presentations to students were made as part of a short-lived educational and youth prevention program, which was ended in September 2018. The company says its purpose, which was to educate youth on the dangers of nicotine addiction, was clearly misconstrued. The company also said it has taken actions to prevent youth vaping, like scaling back its social media accounts, platforms that critics say had particular appeal among teenagers. But according to one expert who testified, that was too little, too late.
You would have thought that hashtag posting would decline, but in fact, it surged.
Surged in part because the hashtag itself gained a kind of social currency, even after the brand had largely exited social media. Jackler and others say this video should scare anyone, normalizing the use of these devices, even in a young toddler.
We've seen lots of outrageous postings on hashtag Juul. It's remarkable the lack of boundaries many posters have.
For its part, Juul says it agrees. These posts by other users are a serious problem and has gotten more than 30,000 of them taken down. But with more than 500,000 posts still tagged on Instagram alone, Jackler's new research shows that still hasn't stopped Juul's online popularity.
Oh my gosh. So Sanjay, what now after this hearing?
Yeah, it's so hard to still watch that toddler taking a puff on that thing. I think what happens now is that people have been asking, where has the FDA been in all this? Should this be regulated? I think what we're going to see is this requirement for these devices to go through what's called PMA, pre-market approval, to actually show that they have evidence that they provide some function, in this case helping people stop smoking, which there is good data on that, and that they're also safe, that they're not going to lead to a new generation of smokers. They're going to have to pass those bars, I think, according to the FDA, in order for these devices to continue to be sold the way they are.
I can tell you, Sanjay, as a parent of 12-year-olds, there is no subject that is discussed more among parents right now than vaping.
Every time we get together, this comes up in some way. Do you think your kid's vaping? Are you sure they're not vaping? You got to be aware of this because these devices were designed to be concealed. I mean, they're designed to look like USB devices. Everyone should be aware of this.
Any sense of how many are doing it?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that when you get this kind of data, you're asking kids, right? So you're counting on the kids being forthright about this. But they say about 3.6 million middle schoolers and high schoolers now vaping. That went up from 2.1 million last year, in 2017. So we'll have to see what the 2019 data shows. If it continues that upward trajectory, I mean, this is going to be one of the most commonly performed activities in schools.
Sanjay, so many parents are appreciative of you staying on this story and continuing to bring it to light because, like John said, that is their biggest worry.
I got kids too. I'm looking into this for myself in part.
Thanks, Sanjay.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, you'd think election security would be an issue both parties could get behind. So why did Republicans in the Senate vote against it? A CNN reality check next.
Here's to your health. Brought to you by Mayo Clinic. When it's time to find answers, you know where to go.
After transforming to meet the challenges of a digital world, never stop. After engineering 3D imaging technologies that help doctors quickly diagnose disease, never stop. And after advancing drug delivery technology expertise to help in the fight against cancer, never stop. And we'll never stop improving the future by building on our core innovations and over 80 years of experience. Never stop. Fujifilm. Value from innovation.
Bombas presents No Show, No Nose. The No Show sock, known the world over for sliding right off your heel, straight down your arch, and ending up between your toes. The perpetrator of such atrocities as the deep dive, the ground pound, the shimmy shimmy, the quick pick, or even the full reset. That is, until Bombas. We've engineered the most comfortable, technically advanced no-shows with the promise of all-day stay. So visit bombas.com to grab a pair and get 20% off your purchase.
Got bugs in your house? Get Zevo, with essential oils that are natural enemies of bugs. Not that. And just watch how Zevo works without harsh chemicals. Get Zevo at select Target and Home Depot stores.
Meet your genes. Your genes can say a lot about your health. It's more than just ancestry. So this year, commit to a healthier you, inspired by your genes, with more than 125 genetic reports at 23andme.com.
If you just want a slice of pizza, you don't buy the whole pie. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. You'll also receive award-winning support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again. Plus, AARP members get exclusive discounts. Switch to Consumer Cellular today. With our 30-day guarantee, it's completely risk-free. Call, go online, or find us at Target.
What you don't see can hurt you. If you just monitor your credit, you can miss some identity theft threats. LifeLock now includes Norton to help protect you from even more threats. Join now at LifeLock.com.
Why do so many homeowners start home repair and improvement projects at Home Advisor?
With Home Advisor, we know we're going to find the right pros for absolutely any project.
You can read reviews,
Compare prices,
and book an appointment online.
and it's free. Go to HomeAdvisor.com.
My dental problems started as a child. Had a lot of cavities, root canals. Eating anything cold, it would hurt so bad. With dentures, they never fit properly. My confidence was really down. Always covering my face when I laughed. So I went in for a free consultation with Clear Choice.
People come in with bad teeth or no teeth, and in one day leave with the smile that they are looking for.
The Clear Choice one-day approach is making dental implants a reality for people all over the country who suffer from missing or failing teeth.
They put these beautiful teeth in my mouth, and I can eat ice cream. I can eat corn on the cob now.
With over 30,000 new smiles across our network, we're lifting spirits and confidence all over America. Schedule your free consultation today. We'll even talk about financing options.
I've never felt better than I do right now. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life for myself. Everybody tells me, you look 10 years younger. Thank you, Clear Choice.
Call Clear Choice today.
A veteran Iowa fire chief is going beyond the call of duty to bring life-saving gear to firefighters in a small town in Mexico. CNN's Ryan Young has the story.
Newton Fire is needed from
Newton, Iowa Fire Chief Jarrett Wellick has been answering emergency calls for more than 20 years.
All of our people have their own set of gear.
Now running this small town department, Chief Wellick collected more than $90,000 of essential firefighting gear to donate to a small town in Mexico.
This project was something that we put together because we recognize how important it is for us to protect our people here, no different than it is in Mexico or any other country.
Reaching out to fellow fire chiefs, equipment came pouring in.
We had 3 different departments come forward and say, this is an awesome project. We can't wait to give you stuff.
Local restaurant owners Kim Lopez and her father helped to connect Chief Wellick with a department in Jalisco, Mexico, the town where Lopez's parents are from.
Oh, yep, so you can see stuff spilling out because it's so much.
They are driving their packed SUV more than 1,800 miles, a 27-hour trip to deliver all the equipment.
They both know what it takes to help out their communities.
I can't imagine going to a fire and trying to help others without the proper gear. These people put their lives on the line every day to protect people, and they're not even protected themselves.
It's almost like their armor.
This is your barrier between you and the heat and the smoke and the bad stuff.
The life-saving equipment would have been headed for a landfill. After 10 years, U.S. regulations from the National Fire Protection Association requires used gear to be retired.
Gear, when it reaches 10 years, a lot of people will say it's actually seasoned. And so that means that it's kind of come into its own and it's actually more protective. The coats are pretty heavy.
A set of turnout gear is also expensive.
A complete set of gear, including helmet, is about $2,500.
This small Iowa fire department is getting its chance to make a world of difference.
It's about giving to the brotherhood. That's what we call it in the United States. The fire service is a brotherhood. The fact that they don't have the resources available to purchase new equipment, anytime we can help out a fellow brother or sister, we're gonna give.
Joining together 2 fire departments across borders. Ryan Young, CNN, Newton, Iowa.
Small department making a world of difference.
Oh my gosh, what an amazing story of partnership.
So one of the most stark things that Robert Mueller told Congress this week is that the Russians attacked our elections and they will keep on attacking until they are stopped. Yet, Republicans in the Senate keep blocking election security bills. So why? John Avlon has your reality check. John.
Thanks, guys. Look, beyond all the partisan fights over the Mueller hearings, there was that one crystal clear conclusion.
Did you think that this was a single attempt by the Russians to get involved in our election, or did you find evidence to suggest they'll try to do this again?
Oh, it wasn't a single attempt. They're doing it as we sit here. And they expect to do it during the next campaign.
That fact that a hostile foreign power attacked us and is continuing to attack us is something that should unite us all, regardless of party. But it doesn't. In fact, under President Trump, it's tended to have the opposite effect. And it's outrageous that at the same time Mueller was issuing that warning, a Republican senator from Mississippi named Cindy Hyde-Smith was single-handedly blocking 2 election security bills. The Democrats tried to pass them by unanimous consent. Hyde-Smith objected. She didn't even feel she needed to give a reason to do it. But what made her action even more insulting is that it came one day after FBI Director Wray told the Senate this.
The Russians are absolutely intent on trying to interfere with our elections through
Is it fair to say that
foreign influence?
Everything we've done against Russia has not deterred them enough? All the sanctions, all the talk, they're still at it.
Well, my view is until they stop, they haven't been deterred enough.
Warning couldn't be more clear, folks. But the Republican response from too many folks has been to block election security bills and take an ostrich-like approach to protecting our nation's election system. They're following the lead of Mitch McConnell, who objected to another bill that would have required campaigns to notify the FBI if a foreign government offered election assistance. That's not all. He also killed a different set of election security bills on Thursday.
Clearly, this request is not a serious effort to make a law. Clearly, something so partisan that it only received one single solitary Republican vote in the House is not going to travel through the Senate by unanimous consent.
Talk about politics over principles. Who in the world would benefit from refusing to strengthen our election systems? It's certainly not Americans. After all, thanks to a brand new report from the Senate Intelligence Committee, we now know that Russians likely targeted election systems in all 50 states between 2014 and 2017, far more than previously disclosed. And because of their success, we know that other hostile nations are getting into the game, including Iran and China. But while intelligence and law enforcement folks are warning about this ongoing threat, too many Senate Republicans seem far more interested in defending the president than in defending our democracy. The tone comes from the top, and President Trump has shown a persistent disinterest in trying to strengthen our election security systems. Perhaps that's because he fears that foreign meddling delegitimizes his own election win. But appeasing Trump is no reason for a lawmaker to abandon their responsibility to the republic. Ignoring the need to strengthen our election systems is an outrage, and it's happening right now. Listen just one more time to what Mueller said.
Oh, it wasn't a single attempt. They're doing it as we sit here.
Wolf's at the door, folks. In a purely political effort to stay on Donald Trump's good side, too many Republicans are letting that door swing wide open. And that's your reality check.
If you are someone wanting to attack the U.S., what's the message you're receiving? What's the deterrent here from the signals from Republicans in the Senate and the White House?
It's an open door policy. You want to strengthen your border? Let's strengthen our election systems, because that goes to the heart of who we are as a democracy.
And they're not mutually exclusive. You can support President Trump and support election security. The idea that Republicans somehow think that it's a betrayal of President Trump to vote to secure the election security is interesting.
Through the looking glass.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our international viewers for watching. For you, CNN Newsroom with Issa Suarez is next. For our U.S. viewers, no more Mr. Nice Guy for Joe Biden. New Day continues right now.
Biden telling donors, I'm not going to be as polite this time.
What were you doing 5, 10, 15, or 20 years ago to fight for racial justice?
If he wants to go back and talk about records, I'm happy to do that.
Bob Mueller was going to pave the yellow brick road toward impeachment. Clearly, that didn't happen.
If we don't take action come September 1st, then we should just shut it down. I think we're running out of time.
There's nearly 100 in the Democratic Party who support impeachment. There's 135 who don't. So you don't even have the majority of Democrats yet.
This is New Day with Allison Camerata and John Berman.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your new day. It is Friday, July 26th, 8 o'clock here in the East. Expect to see a more aggressive Joe Biden at next week's Democratic primary debates in Detroit. CNN has learned the former vice president is getting ready for what he believes will be attacks on him, and this time he says he won't be so polite. Biden is already responding to rivals who have criticized his record on civil rights and criminal justice reform. And there are some new polls to show you that put him in a very good position going into this. In South Carolina, Biden has more than a 3-to-1 lead over his nearest competitor, Kamala Harris. In Ohio, he is polling higher than Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris combined. And the former VP is the only Democrat who beats Donald Trump in a hypothetical head-to-head matchup in that key swing state of Ohio.
Meanwhile, some House Democrats are growing concerned that time is running out to pursue an impeachment inquiry against the president. Allies of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi say her tone is softening about Robert Mueller's testimony. But will Democrats be able to keep the momentum alive over the 6-week summer recess? Speaker Pelosi, by the way, meets with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in about half an hour. We are watching that very closely. This is their first private meeting since a very public feud. And we also want to note on the subject of an impeachment inquiry, we have House Judiciary Chair Jerry Nadler coming up in just a few minutes. Joining us now, Caitlin Collins, CNN White House correspondent, David Axelrod, CNN political commentator and host of the Axe Files, and Susan Glasser, staff writer at The New Yorker and a CNN global affairs analyst. David Axelrod, I want to begin with you and what we are told is the new or different Joe Biden we're going to see on this debate stage. We are told by his campaign staff that Biden watched video of his performance from the first debate and realized he needs to be more aggressive. So 2 questions. 1, is his analysis right? And 2, what do you make of the clear telegraphing that we're getting from Biden in his campaign that he's going to be more aggressive?
Yes, I think his analysis is right. Everybody came to that conclusion on the night of the debate, and after he seemed unresponsive to the attacks of Kamala Harris. He didn't seem very energetic in that debate. He seemed to beat behind, and that's particularly important for a candidate who is up in years. I think Joe Biden is in a strong position to win this race so long as he proves that he's up to it, that he's energetic and engaged. And so it is vitally important that he bring a different kind of countenance to this debate. He was trying to rise above in the last debate, but you also have to show that when people come at you, you're going to respond. And he clearly is going to do that. In terms of signaling, and by the way, let me point out one thing. The attack of Kamala Harris had a purpose, and that purpose was to try and erode Biden's very formidable lead among African Americans. You look at that South Carolina poll, and he's getting more than half the African American vote in a state that has where the primary electorate is about 60% black. And this is true throughout the country. It has to do with his relationship with Barack Obama, and that is an emblem for African American voters that Biden is someone they should support. And she was trying to erode that. So what you saw was him responding particularly to Booker and Harris on attacks that were aimed at eroding his support among African Americans. And I think that that is an important base that he has to protect.
And so if you look at that South Carolina poll, if we pull it up one more time, Susan, he's getting 3 times what Kamala Harris is.
4 times.
Wait a minute.
4 times
this is
among black voters.
Got it. So I was just looking at the total, but among black voters, 4 times. But, you know, what he has been suggesting in these past few days is that he will, I don't know if the word is go after Kamala Harris and Cory Booker, but he won't take whatever their criticisms are lying down, and they do plan to criticize him, as they have been telegraphing about his past on the crime bill, et cetera. But I don't know, if you look at these numbers, I mean, it's not just South Carolina. In Ohio as well, he's more than 2 times ahead of the next closest rival, Kamala Harris. And so maybe he doesn't need to be so aggressive. I mean, you know, maybe the previous lackluster debate, if that's what you want to call it, didn't hurt him that much in these different states.
Well, Allison, look, of course, it's also so incredibly early. So that's one major factor here. He has an overwhelming advantage, of course, in name identification and in a sense among Democratic voters of who he is. And, you know, it's been pointed out, of course, that he has, in particular, a very strong kind of likability factor. The uncertainty has to do with his ability to actually win the nomination and his ability to be the right kind of opponent for President Trump. If that's what Democratic voters overwhelmingly are saying as their priority this year, there's huge incentive next week for any Democrat to take on Biden, in the sense that he is the overwhelming leader right now. He hasn't locked it up, but he is the leader. But look, Cory Booker is almost an asterisk in the poll, so he has very little to risk in terms of going after Biden. I think some of this is messaging in the pregame show and saying, you know, trying to get them to back away. So it doesn't, to me, necessarily say that Biden is going to go on the attack against these folks, but perhaps he's trying to warn them off of hitting him too hard.
We can put up those Ohio numbers. This is P116, and this shows in Ohio, which is not necessarily the most important primary state, but it is a big general election state, that Joe Biden is the only Democratic candidate who has a statistically significant lead over President Trump, and that's something that the Biden campaign will point to. And Caitlin, from your perch at the White House, it really does seem that if there's one candidate that Donald Trump, the president, cares about, it is Joe Biden.
And that's why you see numbers like that in Ohio, and that is something that's unsettling to the president and his re-election campaign, because they know that Joe Biden has got that appeal to those middle-of-the-road voters that the president had a hold on in 2016, and they want to make sure they can keep their hold on it in 2020. What you're going to see different from Joe Biden going after people that he's actually competing against in this primary is something new, because so far Joe Biden has been acting like he's already the candidate here, that he's already going to be the one running against President Trump. And I think that there is this realization that he's actually got to get through the primary first, because this is a wide open race where Joe Biden's not guaranteed to be the nominee. And I think seeing that boost that he gave Kamala when they had that interaction at the last debate is kind of a wake-up call for them. But of course, he's going to largely try to keep his efforts, it appears, on the president and going after him. So that'll be interesting to see just how many people in this next debate are going after their fellow Democrats who are on stage with him, and how many of them are shaping it overall to go in a message after the president himself. Because of course, we've heard from so many Democratic voters who say more than policy differences here, they care about whoever the candidate is that can beat President Trump.
So, David, it's really interesting to see the polls about how African-American voters are feeling. There's also a very interesting Fox poll that is out about President Trump's approach to race and how voters, all voters, feel about that. So, do you think President Trump respects racial minorities? This month, only 34% of Americans believe yes. 57% believe no. He doesn't.
What you see there is there's a real drop among people who think that he respects racial minorities.
Yeah, and the question is, what is the overall impact of that, and does it erode his support, not among minority voters, but among some segments of white voters who might vote for him? His calculation is the answer is no, and that by strongly playing the race card, dividing the country, he can inflame his base. And his base is large enough, if it comes out in large numbers, to win those states that he needs to win in the Electoral College. I mean, he's making a calculation on that, and I don't know how disturbing the White House will find those numbers. I think they that at least the president in his gut knows that is the game that he is playing. I just, if I can, return to a point about the president vis-a-vis Biden. You know, he was on Fox last night on with his favorite show host, and said that, and he started in again calling Biden Sleepy Joe, using Mueller against Biden. This is the reason that Biden has to be active and engaged. I mean, he is in, as I said earlier, he's in a strong position, but he has to show that he is up to this fight. And this debate is important in that regard. And as to whether they're going to focus on him or Trump, there are 2/3 of the people on that stage who probably in both debates combined, who probably won't be there in September because of debate rules. There is a premium to create moments in that debate, and the way you create a moment is generally to go after the people who are ahead of you, and Biden is at the head of the pack. I think he can look forward to a lively night.
Susan Glasser, I want to give you a chance to talk about the hearings this week, because it's part of your column, your terrific column that came out, and I do have Chairman Nadler in our next segment to ask him about where he is headed. But you look at this and you think that Democrats are in a worse position today than they were at the beginning of the week.
Well, look, the Democrats set up this hearing with Bob Mueller, and they said that their goal was, in effect, to bring the Mueller report to life, a sense that even many members of Congress had not taken the time to read the Mueller report, which I've heard members of Congress say this to me personally. It still astonishes me, that so many of them did not do that. So Democrats set out a standard for what they were hoping to get in that hearing. And, I think it's clear we haven't seen any major new groundswell of support for impeachment among Democrats. You saw a small handful of members coming out after the hearing and saying they now support it. You didn't have any major new revelations, not that we were expecting that, but by this own standard of bringing it to life, Bob Mueller proved to not be a very cooperative witness when it came to that. And again, to me, what's striking is that Democrats are essentially in the same position they have been in from the beginning of receiving this report, which is that they're the only people who can offer accountability under our constitutional system, and yet they just have a political impasse over moving forward. Given the clock ticking towards the end of 2019, very unlikely Democrats would pursue impeachment proceedings in a presidential election year. I'm interested to hear what Chairman Nadler has to say in your next segment. He apparently behind the scenes has been starting to advocate the opening of an impeachment inquiry, perhaps even without a vote of the full House to authorize that, which is an interesting procedural move. But again, to me, we're in this conundrum from the beginning of the Trump presidency. These allegations, very substantiated now, about presidential obstruction of justice, about very disturbing interactions with the Russians. That fact set has not changed. It's very damning. Congress is unable really to figure out what, if anything, to do and how to proceed. And I didn't see that changing this week.
Susan, David, Caitlin, thank you very much. The lineups are set for the CNN Democratic presidential debates. 2 big nights, 10 candidates each night, Tuesday and Wednesday night, live from Detroit, 8 p.m. Eastern, only on CNN.
All right, CNN has learned that House Democrats are worried that the window for impeachment is closing, and we are getting new reporting on what this man might be thinking. The House Judiciary Chair, Jerry Nadler. How will he now approach the notion of impeachment? He joins us next.
My experience with USA Air has been excellent. They really appreciate the military family, and it really shows.
With all that USAA offers, why go with anybody else? We know their rates are good. We know that they're always going to take care of us.
It was an instant savings, and I should have changed a long time ago.
It was funny because when we would call another insurance company, they would say, oh, we can't be USAA.
We're the Weber family.
We're the Tennies.
We're the Hells, and we're USAA members for life.
Get your USAA auto insurance quote today.
Shh. We're sneaking. Just like IHOP sneaking into the chicken game with crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast. Actually, let's go back to IHOP.
New chicken and pancakes, only $6.99 at IHOP.
At T-Mobile, for $40 a line for 4 lines, it's all included for the whole family. Starting with unlimited data. Use as much as you want, when you want. And if you like Netflix, it's included on us. Plus, no surprises on your bill. Taxes and fees are included. And now, for a limited time, with each new line, get one of our latest smartphones included. That's right, only $40 a line for 4 lines. And smartphones are included for the whole family.
Most people think a button is just a button. That a speaker is just a speaker. Or that the journey can't be the destination. Most people haven't driven a Lincoln.
Discover the Lincoln approach to craftsmanship at the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Right now, get 0% APR on all 2019 Lincoln vehicles plus no payments for up to 90 days. Only at your Lincoln dealer.
Hi, I'm Alex Schultz.
And I'm Andrew Cooper.
In 2015, we took a surf trip to Bali, Indonesia, and saw firsthand just how bad the world's plastic pollution crisis really is. We wanted to make it our mission to solve this problem, and we have.
We started cleaning the ocean by ourselves until 2017 when we started our ocean cleanup company, 4Ocean.
Now, we've become the world's largest ocean cleanup company, employing captains and crews 7 days a week to clean our oceans and coastlines. We've operated out of 27 different countries, and to date, we've removed over 2 million pounds of trash from the ocean. And now, we're inviting you to join the Clean Ocean movement.
All of our cleanup efforts are funded entirely through the sale of our bracelet. The 4Ocean bracelet is made from our ocean plastic and the recycled glass bottles that we collect.
Every bracelet purchase helps fund the removal of 1 pound of trash from the ocean and supports the 4Ocean cleanup movement.
So visit 4Ocean.com today to become part of the solution.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor. Available at O'Reilly Auto, Home Depot, Pep Boys, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Having an idea for a business was easy. Timeless jewelry for women on the go. But without the right team and the right tools in place, it's just an idea. That's why I use NetSuite. Everything's in one place. Financials, supply chain management, billing, and more. That's the visibility and control I need to make my big idea and my business grow even bigger with NetSuite.
Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/grow.
Who's ready for a great ride? Ready to work out my constipation? It's been so long.
Let's not talk about constipation.
Come on, everybody, work it out.
Say no more to occasional constipation with clinically proven effective Seneca. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back.
CNN has learned that House Democrats are worried that the window for launching a formal impeachment probe against President Trump is closing fast. Joining us now is the man really at the center of this entire discussion, Congressman Jerry Nadler, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee and the person who would be in charge of leading an impeachment inquiry in the House if it did ever happen. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate you joining us this morning. We know you're busy. We also know you're at the center of a great deal of reporting today from several outlets. Let me just read you what the New York Times is reporting this morning. Chairman Nadler has gradually become convinced that his panel should proceed with impeachment hearings and do so as expeditiously as possible, though he has not stated so publicly. Is that true?
Well, I think that what has changed this week is a great change, and that is the testimony of Director Mueller. Director Mueller told us very specifically that the Russians attacked our election in 2016 with the aim of helping Donald Trump, that the Trump campaign welcomed that help, and that the president has been covering it up and engaged in multiple acts of obstruction of justice and breaking the law in order to try to cover that up, and introduce substantial evidence of that. And we saw that in the hearing the other day. And frankly, anyone else other than the President of the United States who had done this would have been indicted by now. That broke the lie that the administration had been handing out, that the President and the Attorney General Barr had been saying that the Mueller report totally exonerated the President, found no collusion, no obstruction. All of that is not true. There was considerable collusion as was brought out between the campaign and the Russians, 178 odd contacts. There was considerable obstruction of justice by the President personally, criminal acts of obstruction of justice, and an ongoing cover-up, and the lies by the Attorney General. So this was brought out, and I think that will gradually be absorbed by the American people. Our task now is to get the evidence behind that out to the American people, and we will do that starting today. The administration. Well, I'll come to that. The administration has tried to oppose the release of any information by opposing all congressional subpoenas, by opposing all witnesses, not only on this, but on things like family separation, rigging the census, and everything. And we're going to go to court today to ask for the grand jury information underlying the Mueller report, and on Monday or Tuesday to enforce our subpoena of former White House counsel Don McGahn, who was the main witness in front of the Mueller committee. And when we win, and we will win the court fight because the legal excuses the White House has been using are extraordinarily weak from a legal point of view. When we win that, it'll open up the floodgates to enforce all the subpoenas and get all the testimony, because they're all the same nonsense legal arguments. So we'll be going into court today and again on Monday or Tuesday to start bringing that out so that we can lay the evidence in detail before the American people.
So you're going to court tomorrow and then again next week. Of course, it could take some time. Today and then next week, but it could take some time for the courts to rule then. Jackie Speier of California says it's September or never for an impeachment inquiry. Do you agree with that timeline?
No, I don't agree with that necessarily. I think we will do what we have to do when we have to do it. And we will be asking the courts to expedite these decisions because of their obvious importance and because of the obvious importance of timing.
What if the administration defies these court orders that you believe are imminent?
Well, without question, no administration has ever defied a court order. If they did that, that is so far beyond the pale that is totally eliminating the rule of law. There'd have to be an impeachment.
Let me ask you, among the reporting that CNN has done and other outlets as well, there is a suggestion that you have considered launching the impeachment inquiry in your committee, the House Judiciary Committee, without a full House vote. How would that work?
Well, technically, that could work simply by the committee voting it without the entire House voting it. But I haven't said or contemplated what would happen. But remember, all of this is dependent on getting the evidence out before the American people, because impeachment is not something you do because you don't like somebody or because you think he's horrible. It's a very serious matter that needs to be, I think I've said repeatedly before you can do an impeachment, you need three things. You need one, substantial evidence of impeachable offenses. Two, that they've got to be serious offenses, obviously. And three, because you don't want to tear the American people apart, you don't want to tear the country apart, the evidence has got to be so solid and out there that impeaching the president wouldn't tear the country apart. And our task now is to get the evidence out there, and period. Well, and that's what we're going to be doing.
Okay, but you have Robert Mueller before your committee. You've had the full Mueller report, and you've had 6 months now.
No, the Mueller report. The Mueller report. First of all, in effect, the Mueller report only came out this week because most people didn't read the 448-page report. You had the Attorney General lying about what was in it, saying that it found no obstruction, no collusion, that it exonerated the president, and repeating that and starting to do that before he released the report. He released
Mr. Chairman,
a lying summary. So there, and you had this flood of misinformation from the administration about what was in the report. So now we had Mueller testifying.
I'm going to run out of time here. And there are some important points I want to get to here. Are you concerned there's a precedent? Because you have told me you have seen multiple examples now, and the special counsel testified to it, you say, of the president obstructing justice. You have said that the president has lied about it. You have said that the president has covered it up. If you make all those arguments, what historical precedent does it set if you don't use the only remedy that the Constitution provides to sanction a president for this, which is impeachment? Do you not create new boundaries for future presidents? That is what some critics suggest.
Well, certainly if the president does all these things and gets off scot-free, that would set very bad precedents. And we have to, before we can do anything else, we have to educate the American people, not only as to the allegations and to the conclusions of the Mueller report, but as to the evidence underneath it. That's the precondition for doing anything. Because, as I said, you can't tear the country apart. That's our immediate task, and that's what we're going to do, and that's why we're going to court today.
Corey Lewandowski, does he have any kind of privilege, or can he exert any kind of privilege to keep from testifying before your committee?
I don't think so at all. He wasn't the White House employee, and no, I don't think he has any privilege at all. And the White House's claim of privileges, even for the White House employees, people who work there, are vastly overstated.
But Corey Lewandowski, you could have before your committee without a court fight, correct?
Well, they would. Not necessarily. They could simply defy the subpoena, then we'd have to enforce it. So far, they've defied every single subpoena. And we have to fight that and get the courts to agree with us, and we have to do that as expeditiously as possible.
Mr. Chairman, Jerry Nadler.
Go ahead. The fact that they have a weak case doesn't mean that they won't waste time in court.
All right, Chairman Jerry Nadler, thanks for being with us this morning. Appreciate it. Allison.
All right, John. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez are about to have a face-to-face meeting. We see Nancy Pelosi arriving for it just there. What will they say to each other after their public feud? We have a live report from Capitol Hill next.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors, plus 24-month special financing. Lumber Liquidators, beautiful floors for less.
Let's get down to business. The business of family time and downtime and you time and forgetting what time it is altogether. Modernized Comfort Inns and Suites have been refreshed because when your business is making time, our business is you. Get the lowest price guaranteed on all Choice Hotels when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Yes, I'm doing it all. The water, the exercise, the fiber. Month after month, and I still have belly pain and recurring constipation. So I asked my doctor what else I could do. And I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess treats adults with IBS with constipation or chronic constipation. Linzess is not a laxative. It works differently. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
I'm still doing it all. The water, the exercise, the fiber, and I said yes to Linzess for help with belly pain and recurring constipation. Ask your doctor.
When I see Gary Greer CPA, I see a titan of taxes. I'm the Hartford Buck, and I see nothing small in small business.
The Hartford Small Business Insurance. The Buck's got your back.
We have to be able to repair the enamel on a daily basis. With the new Pro Enamel Repair toothpaste, more minerals enter deep into the enamel surface. You have an opportunity to repair what's already been damaged. It's amazing.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit, 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
Pierce College is Philadelphia's only college or university dedicated exclusively to serving adults.
I was thrilled with how many credits Pierce College actually accepted. Pierce College gave me the confidence to be successful as an adult learner.
Experience the Pierce difference.
My degree from Pierce College expanded my career options in the healthcare field.
For a limited time, learn how you can finish your bachelor's degree for as little as $11,000.
The Pierce College community is like family.
Visit pierce.edu to learn more.
Showtime.
Let's cowboy up. Exhilarating speed. Precision control. Maximum reliability.
Access denied. Access denied.
If it's not Xfinity XFi, it's not good enough. For Wi-Fi with superpowers. Get Xfinity XFi and go see Fast and Furious Presents Hobbs and Shaw August 2nd.
The stories behind the movies we love. Sundays on CNN.
Okay, we have some breaking political news. A sit-down between House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is scheduled to get underway right now. This is their first meeting since their private feud spilled into the public. So let's go to CNN's Lauren Fox. Live on Capitol Hill, we just watched Nancy Pelosi arrive for this. Is AOC there as well?
That's right. This meeting has already started at this point, Allison. And, you know, it's just a reflection. Ocasio-Cortez is one of the most progressive members in this caucus. She is someone who, since coming to Washington, has pushed the speaker on the Green New Deal, on impeachment. And of course, a couple of weeks ago, there was that feud over the emergency border supplemental bill, which Nancy Pelosi attacked Ocasio-Cortez and 3 other Democratic freshmen for not supporting. And then Ocasio-Cortez argued that the speaker was going after them because they were 4 freshman women of color. This meeting today, obviously high stakes. It represents a meeting between the old guard establishment in Washington, people who want to come to a compromise, and those freshman Democrats who really want to push the envelope for a more progressive agenda. And just last night, Ocasio-Cortez told CNN that her hope for the meeting was essentially just to open up a line of communication so that the party can work together moving forward. We're going to see how this meeting goes, and we'll keep you updated as they come out. Allison?
Thanks so much, Lauren.
Very interested to hear what they have to say. So, when President Trump addressed young conservatives at the Turning Point USA Student Summit this week, the presidential seal behind him was a fake. See if you can notice the difference here with the real presidential seal. The fake shows an eagle holding a pile of cash in one claw and a set of golf clubs in the other. That's a tip-off.
No.
Because golf club's not in the original. Also, the eagle in the fake is a 2-headed eagle, similar to the symbol on the Russian Federation coat of arms. And also, instead of E pluribus unum, a banner reads in Spanish, 45 is a puppet.
Another tip-off.
So the president, again, there he is standing right in front of it. How did it happen? The Turning Point Group says it was a last-minute audio-visual mistake. You don't say.
Wow.
So the aide responsible for it has been let go.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess you have to look really closely at those seals from now on.
Yes. The golf club's not part of what the founders
have.
Yeah.
All right, good point. Robert Mueller's testimony giving late night hosts something to crow about. Here are your late night laughs.
Or eagle about? A bit of both.
The critics have decided, and they're panning Mueller's performance. Look at these headlines. New York Times, the blockbuster that wasn't. Mueller disappoints the Democrats. AP, Mueller hearing makes for less than compelling TV drama. And he's only got 35% on Rotten Tomatoes.
We have a great show tonight. I'm so excited and fired up to be here. I'm pretty much the opposite of Robert Mueller. I really am. Everyone is still talking about Mueller's testimony. Democrats were hoping it would, quote, breathe life into the effort to impeach Trump. But afterwards, they were like, forget impeachment. Someone should try to breathe life into Robert Mueller. And they go,
your slogan does seem to be a shot at Donald Trump. It's not me, us. That is your campaign slogan. Now, let me ask just a quick question. Is it smart to put the words not me in your campaign for president?
He's laughing, but he's so mad right now. That's
the biggest laugh I've ever seen Bernie Sanders give, so he must have.
That's how I laugh when I'm being made fun of and trying to brush it off, being like, I get the joke, but I hate you.
Awesome. Joe Biden wants voters to believe he is the Democrat who can beat President Trump. And at the moment, the polls back that up. So Harry Enten is here to explain all of the numbers for us.
Wow, that's Ensure Max Protein with high protein and 1 gram sugar.
It's a sit-up, banana. Bend at the waist.
I'm trying. Keep it up. You'll get there.
Whoa!
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein.
This is my body of proof.
Proof of less joint pain and clearer skin.
Proof that I can fight psoriatic arthritis.
With Humira.
Humira targets and blocks a specific source of inflammation that contributes to both joint and skin symptoms. It's proven to help relieve pain, stop further irreversible joint damage, and clear skin in many adults. Humira is the #1 prescribed biologic for psoriatic arthritis.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ask your rheumatologist about Humira.
Go to mypsaproof.com to see proof in action.
This summer, book 2 separate qualifying stays at choicehotels.com and earn a $50 gift card. Because when your business is rewarding yourself, our business is you. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Okay, I'll admit I didn't keep my place as clean as I would like because I'm way too busy. Who's got the time to chase around dirt, dust, and hair? So now, I use heavy-duty Swiffer sweeper and dusters. For hard-to-reach places, Duster makes it easy to clean. It captures dust in one swipe. Ha! Gotcha! And Sweeper heavy-duty cloths lock away twice as much dirt and dust. It gets stuff deep in the grooves other tools can miss. You know what? My place is a lot cleaner now. Stop cleaning. Start Swiffering.
I love Grease, the musical. It shows you a high school that I didn't go to.
We'll always be together. And they're flying off. What? Why are they flying?
At MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper, we recognize that no two women are alike, and neither is their cancer experience.
Gynecologic cancers can be complex and can require a variety of treatment options.
Our team comes together to develop a personalized treatment plan for each woman and her needs.
With the focus on compassionate family-centered care, we're not just treating cancer, but working to prevent and defeat it.
Hi, it's Marjorie and Stephen Fun.
We're the Fun family.
People often ask, where do the Funs go to have fun?
Ocean City, Maryland!
Ocean City's middle name is Fun.
Ironic because our last name is Fun.
Is that fun?
If you're looking for family fun, take it from the Fun family. There's still time to visit Ocean City, Maryland. Go to ococean.com/deals for special savings.
The CNN Democratic presidential debate starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
We've been reporting all morning. Joe Biden has a new debate strategy and some brand new poll numbers, which show some gains. This is all ahead of next week's Democratic debates right here on CNN. Here to break down the numbers, CNN senior politics writer and analyst Harry Enten. And you've really looked at all the polls we've seen and compared them in time to where Joe Biden was after that first debate, which people didn't think he did so well in.
Yeah, and first off, I just want to say it's Friday, so let's have some fun. Fun time.
Harry is shot out of a cannon.
I've shot out of a
Prepare
cannon.
yourselves.
Woo! So take a look at this. So these are the polls immediately following the debate, June 28th to July 1st, the live interview national polls. And these are the polls following that from July 7th to 23rd. And what do we see? We saw, of course, that Joe Biden had dropped post-debate, but we've seen him gaining back some of that, jumping from 25% immediately following the debate to 30% in the last 2 weeks. Take a look at Harris. She, remember, jumped up. She got all the way up to 17%. She's dropped off to 12%. And basically what we have is a top tier of Joe Biden alone nationally, and then sort of this three-way tie for second, Warren, Sanders, and Harris.
It's interesting. I mean, so the debate thing doesn't last forever.
That's exactly right. It's a bump. It's a bounce. It's not something that lasts forever. And, Elizabeth Warren, we've actually seen her go up a little bit more. And I think that her bounce, she didn't really have a bounce. She sort of had that slow, steady climb, and that is much more sustainable.
And this is the national number, the average of them. But when you look at the single states, also the same story.
Yeah. So take a look at this. So this is South Carolina, right? That's a key state. It's the fourth in the nation. Contest, large African-American vote. And what do we see here? And I've broken it down both overall and among African-Americans. Joe Biden overwhelmingly ahead with 39% of the vote there. This is a recent Monmouth poll. Harris all the way back at 12%. This is a guy who's well alone all by himself. And look among African Americans who make up a majority of the electorate in South Carolina. Joe Biden all the way at 51%. They are powering his lead despite the attacks he's taken from Kamala Harris and Cory Booker.
Tell us about Ohio.
Yeah, so, one of the key arguments that Joe Biden has for his candidacy is, I'm the most electable, folks. I'm the electable guy. And you know what? The polls right now are backing it up. Key swing state, Ohio, right? No Republican has ever won the presidency without it. Joe Biden, in a recent Quinnipiac University poll, he is the only one ahead. He is up by 8 percentage points. The rest of the Democrats are basically within the margin of error of Donald Trump.
And we've seen similar things in other big states, right?
That's exactly right. So, Quinnipiac has polled all these states, Florida, Pennsylvania, Texas. These are all states that Donald Trump won back in 2016. The truth of the matter is if Joe Biden were just to win one of these, he might actually be in a pretty good position. He is actually leading Donald Trump in all these. 50-41 in Florida, Pennsylvania, 53-42. And look at this, Texas. This is a state that hasn't gone Democrat since 1976. 48% to 44%. And Joe Biden is the only one leading in the state of Texas among the Democrats. And Biden runs strongest among all the Democrats in all the key states.
Do you have something on Elizabeth Warren?
I do. So I think that this is just sort of interesting. So jumping back to that Ohio poll, why is Joe Biden running ahead in Ohio of where the other Democrats are? Well, if you look among Democratic voters, what you see is Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden are basically running the same, right? 96% for Biden among Democrats, Warren 94%. But look among independents and Republicans. Among independents, Warren's only at 48%. Biden's all the way up to 55%. And among Republicans, although, of course, Donald Trump is crushing them there, Joe Biden gets a little bit more of that vote at 10% versus Elizabeth Warren, who's all the way down at 4%.
If you step back and look at this, the big picture here is as long as Joe Biden maintains his solid lead among African Americans, and as long as Joe Biden maintains his edge among moderates, whatever their political affiliation, he's in good shape.
He's exactly in good shape. And as long as he maintains that electability edge that's driving his lead, those three factors are driving his lead in the Democratic primary, and that's why we're seeing him continue.
You've got 10 seconds. What would you like to tell us?
I just want to say that the Buffalo Bills reported to training camp this week. My season forecast is misery likely with a chance of desperation. Folks, I'm a huge Bills fan, but look, they've only made the playoffs once since my bar mitzvah.
Which was last year.
All right,
I can play that game.
Oh.
Okay, we have to tell you about this story because the same-sex couple in the U.S. is suing the government because the State Department says their daughter, born in Britain via surrogate, is not a U.S. citizen. So the family is going to join us with their struggle next.
My experience with USAA has been excellent. They really appreciate the military family, and it really shows.
With all that USAA offers, why go with anybody else? We know their rates are good. We know that they're always going to take care of us.
It was an instant savings, and I should have changed a long time ago.
It was funny because when we would call another insurance company, they would say, oh, we can't be USAA.
We're the Weber family.
We're the Tennies.
We're the Hells, and we're USAA members for life.
Get your USAA auto insurance quote today.
Why are we sneaking into the city when we could be at IHOP eating more crispy chicken?
Did that giant chicken just say IHOP now has crispy chicken?
Yeah! It's a new buttermilk recipe made with all natural chicken breast.
To IHOP! Chicken!
New chicken and pancakes, only $6.99 at IHOP.
At T-Mobile, for $40 a line for 4 lines, it's all included for the whole family. Starting with unlimited data. Use as much as you want, when you want. And if you like Netflix, it's included on us. Plus no surprises on your bill. taxes and fees are included. And now for a limited time, with each new line, get one of our latest smartphones included. That's right, only $40 a line for 4 lines, and smartphones are included for the whole family.
I know what it's like to be in a financially struggling family. We had a lot of leftovers. I couldn't have asked for better parents, but like most people, they didn't have anyone to teach them the best financial habits, so we changed that. As a financial health coach, I help people every day. I try to put myself in their shoes from my own experience. I connect to them because I've been there. Helping families like mine save a little money changes everything. This is personalized guidance. This is Wells Fargo.
Critics everywhere are raving about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Rolling Stone says it's pure cinema pow. Time magazine declares DiCaprio and Pitt are marvelous together.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
Esquire proclaims it's Tarantino's masterpiece.
What a picture. Good picture, yeah.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Rated R.
Hi, Phil Swift here. This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products. Seal up cracks and holes to prevent wind and water from damaging your home. Now it's easy to mend broken fences and make quick automotive repairs. Severe storms can be a nightmare. Now you can patch huge holes to seal up roof leaks. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Attention, if you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down this year by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you'd better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They are experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands, even tens of thousands. Optima's resolved over $500 million of tax debt for their clients. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and will fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
For your free consultation, call 800-742-9252.
Optima Tax Relief.
Breaking news, the government just released a key reading of economic growth, GDP for the second quarter. Our chief business correspondent, the star of Early Start, Christine Romans, here with the numbers.
Hi.
A slowdown.
Yeah, a deceleration really when you look at the second quarter, 2.1% economic growth. You guys, look at how that is a full point less than we saw in the first quarter. Now, there could be a couple of things going on here. One, in the first quarter of the year, you had companies that were rushing to buy goods to build in inventories before tariffs were going to be raised. So they really kind of stockpiled. And so that can take away a little bit of the growth later on. Also, you've got the fact that Boeing was a bit of a drag on the economy. We've been watching to see how, Boeing is a huge manufacturer, a big component in the American economy. And that 737 MAX problem is something that has stopped production of that airplane, frankly, and kept millions of dollars of airplanes in the airplane hangars. Let's look at the year because this is important. That's last year, 2.9%, about 3% if you go fourth quarter to fourth quarter, which is right in line with the White House estimates. But you're not seeing that supercharged economic growth yet, you guys, that the president promised because of tax cuts, cutting regulations, and for the Trump economy. Remember, he had promised 3%, 4%. You've heard him in his most hyperbolic to say, 5%, 6%. You're not seeing that yet. And in fact, you're seeing the good effects of the tax cuts starting to fade a bit. Now, so it's a deceleration. But what does it mean overall? 2.1% economic growth is still hanging in there, you guys. These are the kind of numbers that we posted routinely in the Obama administration that the current president really used to slam. But it is holding in there. Is 2.1% economic growth, is that reason for the Fed to cut rates like the president wants? It doesn't look so like it.
Not historically.
No, not historically, at least.
Sure. All right, Christine Romans, thank you very much. Interested to see if the president touts these numbers as much as he often touts some of the numbers.
Or blames the Fed.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Christine. All right, now to this story. A same-sex married couple in Georgia is suing the U.S. State Department for refusing to recognize their baby as a citizen. Derek Mize and Jonathan Gregg had their daughter Simone with the help of a surrogate in England last year. Both fathers are listed on the birth certificate. Both are U.S. citizens. So why is their daughter not considered one? Joining us now are Derek Mize, Jonathan Gregg, and their one-year-old daughter, Simone. Guys, thank you so much for being here with Simone. We can see how adorable she is. Guys, can you just explain to us why the State Department doesn't recognize Simone as a U.S. citizen?
Well, thank you for having us, first of all. I mean, the shorter answer is we don't know why they're not recognizing her as a citizen. We understand their explanation is that they don't see us as a married couple. They're treating her as a child born out of wedlock because we used a donor egg and IVF to create her.
I mean, basically what they're trying to say is that because she has a biological connection to the surrogate who is British, though you are both the parents on her birth certificate, she is not a U.S. citizen. Is that how you understand it?
Well, it's a little different than that. She has a biological connection to my husband, Jonathan, although we don't distinguish between the two of us as to who's the dad. We're both the fathers. And our other biological connection is to an anonymous egg donor. And this is someone who we've never met, and she has no idea who we are. But out of the goodness of her heart, without compensation or coercion, she decided to donate her eggs so that she could help create life to an egg bank. And we were the very lucky recipients of those donor eggs. And those were the eggs that we used to create our daughter.
Okay, understood. Now, people here in the U.S. use egg donors, sperm donation all the time, okay, and don't have this problem. The problem seems to come in the British surrogate who, because Simone was born in the UK. But even that I don't quite understand because, what about adopted children who were born in other countries and U.S. parents who adopt their children from countries? Why don't they need a biological connection in order to become citizens?
Yeah, I wish I could answer these questions for you. I think it would require someone from the State Department to explain how they are reaching these decisions because they're not applying the law. The law is that if a child is born abroad to two married people and one of them is a citizen, then the child is a citizen. And there are separate laws for adoption. So in our case, we're just asking them to apply the law as it's written. And I think the point that you're making is that these questions about who's biologically connected to their children are seemingly only being asked to couples like us. When we went to the embassy to get Simone's passport, there were a lot of different sex couples that arrived after us and left before us, and no one asked them questions about whether they were both biologically connected or whether they needed to use IVF. We were the only ones that were targeted that day.
Well, we appreciate your suggestion to ask the State Department. We have tried to ask the State Department these questions. They gave us this statement that I will read. We do not comment on pending litigation. Our operational guidance with regard to citizenship transmission in cases involving assisted reproductive technology, in other words, using a surrogate or IVF, is longstanding, and the relevant policies and section of the regulations have been unchanged for several years. So that is not the most statement. But just tell me the upshot of all of this, Derek. I mean, in terms of so Simone, your daughter is here on a tourist visa right now?
She is. I mean, honestly, the upshot is that we have a beautiful daughter, and we're going through a very difficult time right now with the anxiety of having to sue the State Department, but it's far outweighed by the joy we have every day of being with her, notwithstanding the time we spend on live TV. So she's a pleasure, and this is about her, and we're going to fight for her right to be in her country, and I hope we're going to win. I hope people are going to see us as the family that we are.
Well, we certainly, any parent recognizes those dulcet tones of the one-year-old who doesn't necessarily want to sit still. So, guys, thank you very much for explaining this lawsuit that you've filed. And, of course, we will watch it to see what... Yes, and you as well, Simone. Yes, we will be watching you very closely as well to see what all of your fate is. Thank you all very much for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Let me tell
you.
something. She's perfect.
Bye-bye.
I know.
She's perfect, first of all, and you can see the love there, and you just want everything to work out for this family.
And I just don't understand the State Department saying that there has to be a biological connection. There's all sorts of families right now that have no biological connection, from adopted to those who've used assisted reproductive technology. So they need to clarify that law.
And I like the statement there. You know, this is all about her. Simone, I think everything as far as Simone is concerned is all about her based on what we just saw there. All right, every week we honor CNN heroes, everyday people doing extraordinary things in helping others. But becoming a CNN hero begins with a nomination from you. Taking a few minutes to fill out an online form could turn your mentor or someone whose work you admire into a CNN hero and change their life.
I met my hero when we were volunteering.
He's making a big difference.
There you go.
For kids in our area.
She is my second mom, my mentor.
I felt like it was very important for people to know about Sister Tisa.
I feel honored that I was able to honor her in such a significant way.
I was so proud of myself because I was like, oh my goodness, for everything that she's done for me, I did something for her, you know?
And that could be you. If you know someone who deserves to be a CNN hero, don't wait. Nominations close Wednesday night. Go to CNNheroes.com and do it now.
Okay, sorry, I'm busy nominating you right now.
Fantastic,
John.
exactly. I'd love to hear why.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear why.
I'm going to write all that down right now. All right, have a great weekend, everyone.
See you from Detroit on Monday.
Absolutely. And Newsroom with Poppy Harlow and Jim Sciutto kicks up next.
CNN Heroes is brought to you by Subaru. Love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay? You all right?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking, standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Choosing my car insurance was the easiest decision ever. I switched to Geico and saved hundreds. That's a win. But it's not the only reason I switched. Geico's a company I can trust, with over 75 years of great savings and service. Now that's a win-win.
Switch to Geico. It's a win-win.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced micro technology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at Advance Auto, Walgreens, Ace, Target, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Welcome to Atlantis, where your entree helps save the ocean on an island called Paradise at a place called Atlantis.
Save up to 30% on your next vacation at AtlantisBahamas.com or 1-800-ATLANTIS.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there so you can be too.
Itchy skin distracting you? Cortisone 10. #1 doctor-recommended itch fighter works fast, and relief lasts 10 full hours.
On the hips.
So you can stay focused. Cortisone 10. Feel the heal.
I'm out of clubs.
The CNN Democratic presidential debates. Sanders, Warren, Buttigieg, O'Rourke, Klobuchar, Hickenlooper, Ryan, Delaney, Williamson, Bullock. Biden, Harris, Booker, Yang, Castro, Gabbard, Gillibrand, Inslee, Bennett, de Blasio. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates, live from Detroit, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
The fact is, there are over 9,600 roads named Park in the U.S. It's America's most popular street name, but all state agents know that's where the similarity stops. But no matter what park you live on, one of 10,000 local Allstate agents knows yours. Now that you know the truth, are you in good hands?
Get expert advice no matter what road you live on from your local Allstate agent today. In Norristown, Hatfield, and Doylestown, call Raj Cooler.
I created Cambridge 25 years ago, and my son's 35 years ago. And after working with them for over a decade, I've learned something very important. Parents do have a favorite, and mine is Armortech. Only Cambridge pavers are made with Armortech, a unique process that produces beautiful colors that last for years to come. Love you both. But who more? I'll never tell.
Visit Mulch Barn Supply today.
The CNN Democratic presidential debates, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
A very good Friday morning to you. I'm Jim Sciutto in Washington.
And I'm Poppy Harlow in New York. Happy Friday, everyone. After weeks of tension, they are finally meeting. The highly anticipated face-to-face between House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and freshman Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is happening, and it's happening, Jim, right now.
It is indeed to be a fly on the wall in that room. Democratic leadership hoping for a show of unity after a very public clash that escalated over border funding. Let's go to CNN's Lauren Fox. She is live on Capitol Hill. So Pelosi and Ocasio-Cortez, they downplayed the friction ahead of this meeting. Is that kind of painting a nicer picture than it actually is?
Well, Jim, and the speaker going into the meeting tried to downplay that tension, basically arguing that she meets with many of her members. This is just another meeting she's excited about. Here's what she said right as she was going into the meeting.
We have a press conference at 10:45. I've had a series of meetings over the last few days, as I always do with my members, and I look forward to this one as well.
And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has long been one of the most progressive members of the freshman Democratic class. Remember, she came in after having unseated Joe Crowley, a long-established member who was seen as a future leader in the House of Representatives. And as she's come to Washington, she has pushed the speaker on the Green New Deal, on impeachment, and most recently, that fissure over the border bill over House Democrats could not pass on their own when they were trying to move it forward. Instead, what they had to do was go with a less progressive version of the bill. They passed the Senate version. That caused a lot of consternation among the House Democratic caucus, some frustration between progressives and moderates, with Nancy Pelosi basically calling out those 4 freshman members, including Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for having not the kind of following that they have on Twitter. Of course, that caused frustration from AOC. She then argued that Nancy Pelosi was going after these freshmen because they were Democratic women of color. And that meeting, of course, underway and just finished. I see Nancy Pelosi behind me now. We will be standing by, of course, as we learn more details from what they talked about. Jim and Poppy.
That was Pelosi's fast walk, I think.
It was. She was really trying to avoid talking to reporters there.
No opportunity, but we know you're going to chase her down. Lauren Fox, always good to have you on the Hill.
Thanks.
Joe Biden wants to be president. He is not running for a Lifetime Achievement Award. That is the word from the Biden campaign as they shift to a more aggressive strategy ahead of the CNN presidential debate next week.
Yeah, they say that Biden learned his lesson at the last debate where Senator Kamala Harris gained on him in the polls pretty steeply after that sharp attack went viral. Now he is ready to fight harder to try to win the nomination. Harris will join several of her 2020 rivals at the National Urban League this morning. Her campaign says she will not mention Joe Biden in her remarks. Our senior national correspondent, Kyung Law, is live in Indianapolis. Of course, you cover her. You had that great sit down with her last week. What should we expect with her today, just a few days ahead of the CNN debate?
Well, as you mentioned, Poppy, the campaign says that she's not going to be mentioning Joe Biden by name. We are going to be listening carefully to see if in a veiled way, she may be mentioning the debate, what she's going to be focusing on in these days leading up to that debate that's going to air here on CNN. But we are told that she will not be mentioning Biden's name. What we are anticipating is that she'll be talking about a new plan that was rolled out today. 2 planks of what her campaign is calling 2 additional platforms of her Black agenda. And they're specifically aimed at one part of it at historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, $60 billion investment in STEM. That's everything from research to facilities. So trying to boost the number of Black students in STEM research and in those fields, as well as $12 billion in Black entrepreneurship. All of this, Poppy and Jim, is aimed at trying to close the wealth gap. But, the big elephant in the room is, what is she responding to? How is she responding to this more aggressive Joe Biden? Her campaign says for now, she's going to be taking a pass.
Kyung La, thanks very much. Joining us now to discuss this and a whole host of other political issues, CNN political commentator David Swerdlick. He's assistant editor at The Washington Post, and Jeff Mason, White House correspondent for Reuters. Jeff, I wonder, you look at this latest poll out of South Carolina, and it really is almost no contest, at least in South Carolina, when you see the lead that Biden has there, 39%. 27 points behind is Kamala Harris, Sanders, Warren even further behind here. And I just wonder, was talk of the damage done to Biden after the first debate overblown based on the lead he's been able to maintain since then?
Well, I mean, it didn't seem overblown at the time, but it certainly didn't last. And I think that's the key thing. So he's going into this next round of debates with a lot of strength. And that makes him, a target for sure for Senator Harris, for Senator Booker again. But it also gives him a lot of fortitude in his own comebacks against the two of them. And he has telegraphed that he intends not to be quite so polite. And we'll see how that manifests. But for sure, the fact that he's got that polling, those polling numbers will help him going into this.
Right. So I wonder, David, if you think that proposals from Kamala Harris like today's that Kyung just went through can help her take bigger bites into that apple in a state like South Carolina, for example. She's the only candidate who went to an HBCU, right? And she's putting out specific policy proposals for the African American community, saying this is how I would help you on multiple fronts. She talked about African American home ownership just about a week ago. Could that significantly help her to get those numbers up?
Yeah, good morning, Poppy. I think it can help her sort of nibble her way up the food chain. Senator Harris is in the top 4, the big 4, and she does have support among African American voters. She is an HBCU graduate. Threat among the candidates who might be his rival in 2020.
So, guys, you brought up, David, the Ohio poll, the Quinnipiac, Ohio poll, which is super fascinating. Number of fronts. Here's another thing that interests us from it. Let's pull it up. That right now, if the election were today and your choice is Biden or Trump, Biden's got 8 points there, right? So, almost 3 times the margin of error in the poll. My question becomes, okay, but that is likely from in a state that's becoming increasingly red from more centrist voters who are not going to like the super left liberal policies that we're hearing a lot about in this primary. And I just wonder, could Biden become too damaged in Ohio to maintain that kind of lead there? Nancy Pelosi just walked by after this meeting with AOC. But could he become too damaged? Could he be pulled too far to the left when you have everyone on the debate stage raising their hand about, Medicare for all for undocumented immigrants?
Well, in a field of 20, I don't think Biden is going to get pulled to the far left end just because he represents right now.
But a little more left. Yeah, a little more left.
Right. He represents the left of center, or the right of the left, I guess, if you will. He will get pulled a little more left, and that'll just be in keeping with the priorities of some Democratic voters, the sort of the Twitter segment of the Democratic electorate. But one of the reasons, and his campaign knows this, that he's doing well in these polls versus President Trump, and one of the reasons he's doing well with black voters, for example, is that he's seen as the biggest threat to Donald Trump. You were asking me before about policy. Policy matters, but for many Democrats, including black voters, including in Ohio and South Carolina, both key states, the top line policy issue is getting President Trump out of office. And I think that's what's going to sustain him going through this. He does have to have a better debate performance than he had last time because he really got dinged up by Senator Harris, but he has that strong lead because I think he's seen as a good matchup against the president.
Jeff Mason, just quickly before we go, you look at that Ohio poll, and there is something of a conventional wisdom among both Republicans and Democrats that Ohio is less a swing state today and more a reliable red state. And I wonder, when you look at those numbers, Biden's lead there, does that surprise you?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good point, and I think that's one reason why you'll see the Democrats, in particular Biden, really working on some of the other states that he thinks he'll have strength in, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. But Democrats can't afford to give up Ohio in the same way that they can't afford to give up Florida, because both states have so many electoral votes. But for sure that there's going to be a really tough battle for both of them, and it looks like at this point President Trump will have the advantage going in those states.
Okay, gentlemen, we know where your eyes will be next week on Detroit for the CNN debate. Until then, have a great weekend. Thank you so much. So the CNN Democratic presidential debates, just a few days away, 2 big nights, 10 candidates each night, Tuesday and Wednesday night, live from Detroit, only right here on CNN.
News in just this morning, in the last hour, the U.S. economy slowing up as the president's trade war rages on. We're going to break down those numbers. Plus, some Democrats are worried that time is running out to launch a formal impeachment inquiry. But this morning, House Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler on CNN is signaling that he's pushing ahead.
Yeah, that's a fascinating interview. Also, CNN's stunning interview with the U.S. citizen detained by border officials for more than 3 weeks, 23 days without a shower. He says he was crammed into a holding area, not even given enough food. You will hear from him next.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When my mother began forgetting things, we didn't know where to turn for more information. That's why I recommend a free service called A Place for Mom. We have local senior living advisors who can answer your questions about dementia or memory care, and if necessary, help you find the right place for your mom or dad. We all want what is best for our parents, so call today. A Place for Mom. Together, we'll make the right choice.
This thing is not a swamp, actually. It's a gold-plated hot tub with no drain.
Big changes happening in the auto industry. What does that mean for the workforce at GM?
This is $1 billion drug for them. How much is enough? Why can't you lower the prices?
Here's a New York Times in case you need one.
As you know, I've subscribed to this, I think it says I'm 10 years old.
Do you know that?
Know thy enemy.
The Weekly. All new Sundays at 10 on FX.
At the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's, we carry flowers that signify why we want to end the disease. And we walk so that one day there will be a white flower for Alzheimer's first survivor. Join the fight at alz.org/walk.
Most people think a button is just a button. speaker is just a speaker, or that the journey can't be the destination. Most people haven't driven a Lincoln.
Discover the Lincoln approach to craftsmanship at the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Right now, get 0% APR on all 2019 Lincoln vehicles, plus no payments for up to 90 days. Only at your Lincoln dealer.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors. Or get new AquaSeal water-resistant hardwood and laminate floors on sale. And save on all bamboo flooring up to 46% off. Plus, finance your entire project with 24 months special financing. Lumber Liquidators. Beautiful floors for less.
LG Signature. You might take something for your heart, your joints, or your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you, your brain? With an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen has been shown in clinical trials to improve short-term memory. Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
When you have diabetes, dietary choices are crucial to help manage blood sugar, but it can be difficult to find a balanced solution. Try great-tasting Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend of protein, fat, and carbs is part of a balanced formula that's clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. In fact, it provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake and contains only one carb choice. Enjoy the balanced nutrition of Boost Glucose Control as part of a healthy diet.
The Last Picture Show is the movie that made me fall in love with movies. It just blew my mind.
There was a quality of reality. There's no feeling of watching a performance, but of experiencing another human being.
Is the country one step closer to a formal impeachment inquiry? Well, House Judiciary Chairman, very powerful position, Jerry Nadler, says that his committee is going to court today, hoping to get grand jury material from the Mueller investigation. The committee also expects to be back in court early next week to try to enforce a subpoena for former White House counsel Don McGahn for him to testify before Congress. Nadler says that winning in court would really open up his committee's investigation.
When we win, and we will win the court fight because the legal excuses the White House has been using are extraordinarily weak from a legal point of view. When we win that, it'll open up the floodgates to enforce all the subpoenas and get all the testimony because they're all the same nonsense legal arguments.
There's still a big split in the party. Nadler says that next week's trip to court seeking the enforcement of the McGahn subpoena could happen on Monday and Tuesday, and that would certainly be explosive testimony, Poppy.
Yeah, I certainly would. And you heard Jerry Nadler say this morning, you know, if the White House were to defy a court order, that would be unheard of. Let's talk about this and more with Democratic Congressman Denny Heck of Washington. Good morning, sir, and thank you for joining us at the end of quite a busy and consequential week for the country. I'd just like to get your temperature because there's a brand new NBC Wall Street Journal poll out post-Mueller hearing, and you still have 50% of Americans who say no to impeachment hearings. 21% only say begin them. You have never advocated to this point for impeachment. Where are you now on this?
Well, to this point is the operative phrase there, Poppy. The truth of the matter is, last night on the floor of the House of Representatives, I had separate conversations with no fewer than 3 of my colleagues, all of which surrounded the fact that we're going to go forth now and have some pretty deep, soulful contemplation about our decision about whether or not to come out in favor of an impeachment inquiry. But, Poppy, I want to remind you that at the beginning of the Watergate affair, the public support for impeachment of Richard Nixon was at 19%. So some of this is a matter of evolution and revelation. We just have to wait and see.
Look, I hear that. You're going home for a 6-week recess. You're going to hear a lot from your constituents, and it matters how they feel. But you also had a real change in sentiment during Watergate among Republicans. And that's something you just don't have in the Senate right now. And that, unless that changes dramatically, and I don't see that happening, that's a big difference for you guys. So the chair of your committee, of the House Intel Committee, Adam Schiff, was on CNN yesterday. Listen to this.
2020 is unquestionably the only way he gets removed from office, so we can never lose sight of that. We do need to be realistic, and that is the only way he's leaving office, at least at this point, is by being voted out.
Congressman, is he right?
So, again, I'm going to take you back to the Nixon impeachment and remind you that Republicans were, in fact, united in their opposition to impeachment until it got to the point that the tapes were revealed in the 18-minute gap. So I would suggest to you, frankly, that there's still the distinct possibility that something of that nature could occur here that would change the trajectory of this debate. And you mentioned one earlier, Poppy. Say, for example, Don McGahn is ordered or compelled to come forth, and the White House orders him to refuse to do so. That has set up a bona fide constitutional crisis. There's no other way to put it. And that might change the trajectory of this, as could any number of other things.
Okay, except for the fact that the American people largely know what Don McGahn would say, I think, because of the 30 hours he sat with Mueller and what was described and quoted in the Mueller report. Congresswoman Jackie Speier sees it this way. Here she was.
If we don't take action come September 1st, then we should just shut it down, because we're not going to be able to do anything at all. I feel strongly that we should. But I think we're running out of time. So there are 94 members that have come out publicly. I would say there's easily another 20 to 30 that would, given the opportunity to do so. They're holding back in part out of respect to the Speaker.
So 2 questions on that. One, do you agree that after September is too late to move forward with impeachment? And B, do you also think there are 20 or 30 members of the House that are holding back out of respect for Speaker Pelosi, but actually feel differently than she does on impeachment?
So I don't know that September 1st is a magic date, but there's certainly some point in time that, again, barring any additional unforeseen disclosures of information, it wouldn't probably make much sense to proceed with it. And as to the number of people who are holding back purely out of deference to the Speaker, I have no idea. I would tell you that there are at least 20 to 30 that are going to be doing a lot of that deep contemplation, as am I, in the next few days. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was at least that number. This was a pretty high impact week. I have said all along that having the Mueller report is like having the sheet music without ever having heard the song. We heard the song this week, and I think it had a pretty big impact. The opportunity to go beyond reading the report, the opportunity to go beyond listening to from one's constituents or to talking with one another's colleagues, but to actually hear from the Office of the Special Counsel was pretty high impact.
But you said back in December, speaking to my colleague Aaron Burnett, quote, "This is the beginning of the end of the Trump administration." I wonder, looking at these numbers, talking to your constituents, looking at this economy and how people feel about it, do you still think that?
I do. So what I have said to my friends when asked is, if I had to make a political prediction, and I'm not in the business of making political predictions, I would predict that Donald Trump will not be reelected. I still think there's a path for him to have a victory, and I wouldn't bet a large sum of money, but I think the die has been cast.
Well, that's interesting. You're talking about election, not, I was reading that as you talking about impeachment. Okay, I hear you. Before you go, let me get you on this that I think we all think is critically important, but not, frankly, getting enough attention. The budget. You just voted for a budget deal yesterday that the House overwhelmingly passed that raises spending by $320 billion over existing caps. The committee, bipartisan, nonpartisan committee for a responsible federal budget, says this will increase the budget deficit by $1.7 trillion over the next decade, not to mention the increased interest payments on the debt. Should we just believe at this point that Republicans and Democrats in Congress largely just don't care about what this sets up for our children?
So there's no question that Congress and the executive branch at some point in time are going to have to deal with the deficit. I don't think anybody would argue that. The only thing, however, that could be worse to the economy is if we had defaulted on our good faith and credit and frankly allowed sequestration to come back into play. If those two things had happened, I confidently predict we would have plunged the nation into a recession.
Except what you could have done is made hard choices.
Yes.
Democrats could have given, Republicans could have given. You could have done what taxpayers, frankly, pay you guys to do and made hard choices not to set up this situation for our kids. I have a 1- and 3-year-old, right? You have 2 sons. You know, you don't want them with this future.
And a 4-year-old granddaughter, as a matter of fact.
Congratulations. They are the best, I hear. But look, Leon Panetta, in all seriousness, former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta just said both sides this week so easily agreeing to fiscal defeat isn't bipartisanship, it is broken governance. Is he right?
In part, he absolutely is right, Poppy. I'm not going to deny it.
Okay. I think you guys have a lot of work to do on this front. Congressman Denny Heck, I appreciate your candor and you being here. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, Jim.
Pretty straightforward there. Not going to deny it. Broken government.
Yeah.
Well, the president loves to tout the economy as the best ever in the history of the country. But a new sign today that, in fact, it's slowing down.
Shh. We're sneaking. Just like IHOP sneaking into the chicken game. They got brand new buttermilk crispy chicken made with all natural chicken breast. We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. Actually, on second thought, let's go back to IHOP. Why are we doing this? We're back.
New chicken and pancakes. Only $6.99 at IHOP.
Wake up. There's a lot that needs to get done today. Small things, big things, too hard to do alone things. Day after day, you need to get it all done. And here to listen and help you through it all is Bank of America, with the expertise and know-how you need to reach that blissful state of doneness. So let's get after it. What would you like the power to do?
Fidelity is redefining value. Introducing 0 account fees for brokerage accounts. And 0 minimums to open an account. At Fidelity, those zeros really add up.
My experience with USAA has been excellent. They really appreciate the military family, and it really shows.
With all that USAA offers, why go with anybody else? We know their rates are good. We know that they're always going to take care of us.
It was an instant savings, and I should have changed a long time ago.
It was funny because when we would call another insurance company, they would say, oh, we can't be USAA.
We're the Weber family.
We're the Tennies.
We're the Hells, and we're USAA members for life.
Get your USAA auto insurance quote today.
I didn't have to run for help.
I didn't have to call 911.
And I didn't have to come get you.
Because you didn't have another heart attack. Not today.
You took our conversation about your chronic coronary artery disease to heart. Even with a stent procedure, your condition can get worse over time and keep you at risk of blood clots.
So you added Xarelto to help keep you protected.
Xarelto, when taken with low-dose aspirin, is proven to further reduce the risk of blood clots that can cause heart attack, stroke, or cardiovascular death in people with chronic CAD. That's because while aspirin can help, it may not be enough to manage your risk of blood clots. In a clinical trial, almost 96% of people taking Xarelto did not have a cardiovascular event. Don't stop taking Xarelto without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, or cardiovascular death. While taking, a spinal injection increases the risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. You may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. Xarelto can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. It may increase your risk of bleeding if you take certain medicines. Get help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising. Do not take Xarelto if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. Before starting, tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures and any kidney or liver problems. Enjoy every moment and help protect yourself from an unexpected one, like a cardiovascular event. Are you doing enough? Ask your doctor if it's time for Xarelto. To learn more about cost and how Janssen can help, visit Xarelto.com.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
Pierce College is Philadelphia's only college or university dedicated exclusively to serving adults.
I was thrilled with how many credits Pierce College actually accepted. Pierce College gave me the confidence to be successful as an adult learner.
Experience the Pierce difference.
My degree from Pierce College expanded my career options in the healthcare field.
For a limited time, learn how you can finish your bachelor's degree for as little as $11,000.
The Pierce College community is like family.
Visit pierce.edu to learn more.
Here, it all starts with a simple
hello.
Hi.
How can I help? A data plan for everyone.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Let's send to everyone. Wi-Fi up there?
Sure, why not?
How'd he get out?
Camera might figure it out.
That was easy. Glad I could help. At Xfinity, we're here to make life simple, easy, awesome. So come ask, shop, discover at your local Xfinity store today.
The stories behind the movies we love. Sundays on CNN.
A sharp uptick in consumer spending helped the Trump economy stave off what could have been a disastrous second quarter. This morning, the Commerce Department revealed the economy grew at a slower pace compared to quarter one, growing at a rate of 2.1%, down from 3.1%.
All right, so Christine Romans, our chief business correspondent, is here with more. Big promises about 4 or 5% growth. The tax cut was going to do all this.
Yeah, tax cuts and regulation rollbacks. I mean, look, when you look at some of these quarters, you guys, pre-tax reform and post-tax reform, the growth kind of looks the same. I mean, let me look at some of these numbers. 2.1%. If you look at the bar chart, you can see how that compares with the first quarter. It's a little bit of a deceleration. Look at the fourth quarter. There were some revisions here.
Yeah.
In the summer, they did revisions. The fourth quarter last year, only 1.1%. In the second quarter last year, remember that bombastic 4.2% growth? That's been revised down below 4%. So you're not getting those numbers, you guys, that the president said his policies we're gonna hearken. It's just not there. Still, it is stable economic growth, 2.1%. I don't see anything here that says, the Fed should be staving off a crisis, even though the president would like the Fed to cut interest rates a lot. There's the annual picture. So for last year, not hitting that 3% number that the president had promised. 2017 was 2000. Again, it looks a lot like any of the other years of the 10 years of this expansion, you guys.
Christine, what prompted the slowdown? And I'm curious how you think the Fed will look at these numbers as it considers further interest rate cuts.
It's a great question. Okay, so the first quarter, 3.1%, part of that was companies rushing out and building their inventories, as they say, ahead of what they knew would be higher tariffs. So they wanted to get ahead of higher costs because of the president's trade war. So there was some inventory building, and then, of course, that means you don't need to buy all that stuff as much because you already have it on hand. So that can take a little bit off the number. Also, we're watching here for Boeing and what impact Boeing might have on here. You mentioned in your introduction about the consumer. Consumer spending has been strong. I mean, where businesses have started to be a little shy, I would say, about spending money and building their business, consumers are still out there spending like crazy, in part because their wages are going up and because gas prices have been going down this year, so they've got more disposable income.
Okay, Romans, the brain. I just want to nickname you the brain, Romans. Thank you very much, Christine.
Takes one to know
brain.
one.
You too, Jim.
Takes one to know one.
Oh, you flatter us. You flatter us. You're the brain as well. The Justice Department met with a bipartisan group of attorneys general from 8 states to talk about taking possible antitrust actions against big technology companies. The meeting came just one day after the DOJ announced the launch of a formal antitrust review. The Justice Department did not name which companies were under review, but a lot of these names are going to sound familiar. Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, they've all come under scrutiny over concerns that they are too big, too powerful. What does that mean for you and me as consumers?
Yeah, we'll watch that closely. Also, wait for this. A high school student born in Texas is now free after being detained by immigration officials for over 3 weeks. He says he was told you have no rights.
People with type 2 diabetes are excited about the potential of once-weekly Ozempic. In a study with Ozempic, a majority of adults lowered their blood sugar and reached an A1C of less than 7 and maintained it.
Under 7.
And you may lose weight. In the same one-year study, adults lost on average up to 12 pounds.
Up to 12 pounds.
A 2-year study showed that Ozempic does not increase the risk of major cardiovascular events like heart attack, stroke, or death.
No increased risk.
Ozempic should not be the first medicine for treating diabetes or for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not share needles or pens. Don't reuse needles. Do not take Ozempic if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Ozempic. Stop taking Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis. Tell your doctor if you have diabetic retinopathy or vision changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase the risk for low blood sugar. Common side effects are nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
I discovered the potential with Ozempic.
If eligible, you may pay as little as $25 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider today about once-weekly Ozempic.
What's going on up here?
Can't see what it is yet.
What is that? That's a Blazer? It's a Chevy Blazer?
Oh, this is dope.
This thing is beautiful.
I love the lights.
Oh man, it's got a mean face on it.
It looks like a piece of candy.
Look at the interior. This is nice.
This is my sexy mom car.
I would feel like a cool dad.
It's just really chic.
Love this.
It's gorgeous.
I would pull up in this in a heartbeat. I want one of these.
That is sharp.
The all-new Chevy Blazer speaks for itself.
I don't know who they got to design this, but give them a cookie and a star.
I don't keep track of regrets, and I don't add up the years. But what I do count on is Boost.
Delicious Boost High Protein Nutritional Drink has 20 grams of protein, along with 26 essential vitamins and minerals. Boost High Protein. Be up for life.
I didn't have to shout out for help.
I didn't have to get you a lift.
And I didn't have to call your wife to meet you at the doctor.
Because you didn't have another DVT. Not today. We discussed how having one blood clot puts you at risk of having another, so we chose Xarelto to help keep you protected.
Xarelto is proven to treat and reduce the risk of DVT or PE blood clots from happening again. In clinical trials, almost 98% of people did not have another DVT or PE. Don't stop taking Xarelto without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of blood clots. While taking, a spinal injection increases the risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. You may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. Xarelto can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. It may increase your risk of bleeding if you take certain medicines. Get help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising. Do not take Xarelto if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. Before starting, tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures and any kidney or liver problems. Enjoy every moment and help protect yourself from an unexpected one, like another DVT or PE. Are you doing enough? Ask your doctor about Xarelto. To learn more about cost and how Janssen can help, visit Xarelto.com.
After transforming to meet the challenges of a digital world, never stop. After engineering 3D imaging technologies that help doctors quickly diagnose disease, never stop. And after advancing drug delivery technology expertise to help in the fight against cancer, never stop. And we'll never stop improving the future by building on our core innovations and over 80 years of experience. Never stop. Fujifilm. Value from innovation.
The 2020 race is revving up. Live from Detroit. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
This morning, the government of Sweden, a U.S. ally, is responding to President Trump's assertion that the country is letting down the African-American community here by refusing to release a rapper, A$AP Rocky. He is being held on assault charges there. A spokesperson for the Swedish Prime Minister says the government is not allowed and will not attempt to influence the legal proceedings, which are now ongoing. Seems a very basic statement, but perhaps necessary to repeat in light of the president's tweet.
For sure. So A$AP Rocky is set to face trial on Tuesday. The president has been pushing for him to be released over and over again in numerous tweets. Let's go to the White House. Caitlin Collins is there. It's a big deal on a number of fronts, Caitlin, to have the president pushing so hard against the U.S. ally on this, basically saying they're doing their justice system wrong.
Yeah, and it's one that's been welcomed by celebrities who have been pushing this case, trying to get a heightened sense of interest in it. And the president seems to have elevated it now because not only has he directly lobbied the Swedish prime minister, trying to get ASAP Rocky released from jail in a phone call over the weekend, but the president is also now continuing to lash out now that nothing has changed in the immediate future after the president first made that call. We know this case first came to the president's attention, he says, because of the First Lady, Melania Trump, when he brought it up in the Oval Office just a few weeks ago, or last week actually, speaking about it, but also by other celebrities that the president has worked with on things like criminal justice reform. People like Kim Kardashian West, who has made a number of trips to the White House before, and also a series of phone calls. And that's really something that has essentially just gotten the president's interest here. Now, of course, the president is lashing out. He's being incredibly critical right now because he doesn't feel that those efforts have been able to make any kind of progress here or any kind of difference, even though the president says he watched the tapes of this alleged incident and he believes that ASAP Rocky is in the right here. So, of course, the question going forward is whether or not the president continues to elevate this fight or if they wait to see what plays out when he does go to this trial. But one thing we should note, another question that some people have been surprised that the president has raised this, is that he has not raised the case yet on his Twitter feed about that American official who was detained by immigration, or that American citizen who was detained by immigration officials for several weeks for no reason.
We should remind people, we showed a clip of it, that ASAP Rocky was caught on video assaulting someone on the street, including using a bottle to hit him. Caitlin, I wonder, does the president see some political advantage here in making this a sort of public case for him?
Well, I think this pattern we've seen emerge since the president has taken office is that people have realized if they appeal to the president on a personal level, sometimes it can help get his interest in something like this where the president said he wasn't familiar with this case until the First Lady, Melania Trump, brought it up with him. But of course, the president is the one tweeting about it, talking about African American communities and why he thinks this is important to him just last night when he was lashing out at the Swedish prime minister. Talking about those tapes that you just referenced, we should know the president says he did watch those and he believes that the people that were in the other video were the ones that were instigating it, and that's why the president says he's getting involved in this on this manner.
Caitlin Collins, thank you so much. Keep us posted. As Caitlin just said, the president has not spoken out about that American citizen, Francisco Galicia. He is an 18-year-old American wrongfully detained by immigration officials who say that he says that he was told he had, quote, no rights.
He's a U.S. citizen. Galicia says the conditions at a Customs and Border Protection facility were so terrible he almost agreed to be deported just to get out of those conditions. CNN's Nick Valencia, he has the story.
Jim and Poppy, Francisco Galicia and his attorney believe that he was racially profiled. He sat down with CNN for an interview and he was surprisingly in good spirits. But he does say that this experience has changed him. Francisco Galicia is home at last, but the reminders of his detention are never far away. Sitting in his South Texas home, the 18-year-old American says what he went through should never have happened, even if immigration officials allege he's partly to blame. Immigration officials say that there was confusion about your status because there was conflicting documents. Do you think that this was about the documents, or do you think that this was about something else?
They thought they were superior. They looked at us with such distaste. I think it was like a certain type of racism.
For 3 weeks, he slept on the concrete with nearly 70 others who were doing the same. They didn't even treat you like human beings. No. He survived off bologna sandwiches and says every 3 to 4 days he was given a wet wipe to clean himself. You didn't shower at all?
No. For 23 days.
You didn't shower for 23 days?
For 23 days.
For 23 days with a bad diet, I lost nearly 30 pounds.
In his 27 days in custody, Galicia said no one ever believed he was American. At one point, tired of trying to explain himself, he considered self-deporting to Mexico. They just mess with your mind.
Sí.
How? Explain.
Pues la verdad, amenazándome.
The truth, threatening me that they were going to press charges. Charges for falsifying documents. The whole time insulting me that how could I not know where I was from?
This all started on June 27th, when Galicia, along with his brother and 2 friends, left their home in Edinburgh and headed north. They were stopped at a checkpoint in Falfurrias, about 100 miles north of the border, while on their way to Ranger College in Central Texas for a soccer camp. Galicia, who was born in the U.S. but grew up in Mexico, was carrying documents proving he was an American. but he also carried a tourist visa that mistakenly listed his birth country as Mexico. This individual provided conflicting reports regarding status of citizenship after being apprehended. Situations including conflicting reports from the individual and multiple birth certificates can and should take more time to verify. CBP and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said in a joint statement Wednesday. Galicia thinks border agents would have believed he was American, if not for his broken English.
There are going to be people that watch this interview and say that you live in the United States, you're an American, you should be speaking English. What do you smile? What do you say to those people?
I don't speak English, but I'm going to learn it, and I'll speak it later.
Is this more of a reason to learn English now?
I have to learn it to talk to everyone and everyone so that the next time this happens, they'll believe me.
Somehow, he's able to laugh about his time in custody, which he said ended after media picked up his story. But just a few days removed from detention, he spends a lot of time thinking about those who aren't as lucky.
Our president talks about how there's a lot of bad actors, a lot of people that are here to do harm among those that are coming to this country. But you're telling me you felt more scared being in the presence of the ICE officials and the officials, immigration officials, than you did with the migrants. When you were there, how many of the migrants would you say were here to do harm to the United States?
None wanted to come to do harm. All came in search for a better future.
After being locked up with them, he now considers some of them friends. He keeps a handful of phone numbers on tiny pieces of paper he received from those friends while in the facility. He's calling families in Central America to tell them their loved ones are still alive.
To see the suffering of other people, it made me understand many things. One can live his life here in a certain way while others suffer.
You speak for them now?
Yes. I mean, I try to because they can't talk. I'm like their eyes and ears from their inside.
Walking outside, Galicia says the air to him smells fresher than before. Things look and feel different too, and so does he. Even though he lives on the border, prior to his detention, he never paid attention to the migrant crisis. Now, he's lived it. While CBP and ICE didn't directly respond to the allegations, they did send CNN a statement, which read in part, "We are committed to fair treatment of migrants in our custody and continue to take appropriate steps to verify all facts of this situation." Meanwhile, Galicia says if the U.S. government was to apologize for what happened, that an "I'm sorry" is not good enough and that someone needs to be held accountable. His lawyer tells me they plan on filing a federal lawsuit for his wrongful detention. Jim, Poppy?
A view from inside those detention centers from a U.S. citizen, no less.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing that this could happen, right, Jim?
Yeah, it took 3 weeks to get out. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
We're going to continue to follow that story. Meanwhile, another story we're following this hour. 3 college students are in trouble, understandably, for a disturbing photo posing with guns in front of a bullet-riddled civil rights memorial.
Discover card? Hi, do you have a travel card? We do. The Discover It Miles card. Earn unlimited 1.5 miles on every purchase. Plus, we'll match your miles at the end of your first year. You'll match my miles? Yeah. Mile for mile. And no blackout dates or annual fee.
Nice. I was thinking about taking a scuba diving trip.
I love that.
Or maybe go surfing. Or not.
Okay, maybe somewhere else.
Maybe a petting zoo.
Can't go wrong.
Can't get eaten.
Earn miles. We'll match them at the end of your first year. Plus, no annual fee or blackouts. The Discover It Miles card.
World's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate, available only on the next generation GMC Sierra. Get 20% below MSRP on next generation 2019 GMC Double Cab and SLE Crew Cab models with a standard tailgate.
This thing is not a swamp, actually. It's a gold-plated hot tub with no drain.
Big changes happening in the auto industry. What does that mean for the workforce at GM?
This is $1 billion drug for them. How much is enough? Why can't you lower the prices?
Here's a New York Times in case you need one.
As you know, I've subscribed to this. I think it says I'm 10 years old.
Do you know that?
Know thy enemy.
The Weekly. All new Sundays at 10 on FX.
Booking.com offers free cancellations, so bookers can book now and as their boss later. free cancellations. How good is that? Be a booker at Booking.com.
LG signature.
Being detected was not an option. If I was recognized, the whole operation was blown. The element of surprise was imperative.
Wow. He won't even recognize you. Seriously. I don't even recognize myself.
And thanks to my Cash Rewards credit card from Navy Federal with never expiring rewards, it's gonna be a killer honeymoon.
Woo! Maui!
Boom.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
At the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's, we carry flowers that signify why we want to end the disease. And we walk so that one day there will be a white flower for Alzheimer's first survivor. Join the fight at alz.org/walk.
I put a spell on you, made you a mark to my blade.
Killer Neighbors, an all-new season of vengeance. Premieres August 4th on HLN.
To the outside world, you look good, but you don't feel good. With polycythemia vera, PV, symptoms can change so slowly over time, you might not notice. But new or changing symptoms can mean your PV is changing. Let's change the way we see PV. You track and discuss blood counts with your doctor, but it's just as vital to discuss changing symptoms as well. Take notice and take action. Discuss counts and symptoms with your doctor. Visit takeactionpv.com.
Nothing is more personal than your body, which makes treating it our privilege. At Mainline Health, when you're at your most vulnerable, we see it. We see hope. We see options. And in your loneliest moments, we go out of our way to see you. Because what is healthcare if it's not human?
The CNN Democratic presidential debates starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
A fraternity has suspended 3 of its members at the University of Mississippi after the men posed with guns in front of a sign memorializing murdered African-American teenager Emmett Till. Remember the history here. Till was a 14-year-old kid in 1955 when he was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by a group of white men.
Of course, his death was a seminal moment in the civil rights movement, but the commemorative sign has been a frequent target of vandals, including being shot at. Our reporter Martin Savage is with us now. Marty, I'm so glad you're on this story. The students have been suspended from the fraternity, but not from the school.
No, they haven't. And let me give you an update of what the university is saying. They've identified 2 of the students that are in the photo. Remember, there are 3. And of the 2, they say one is currently a junior at the University of Mississippi. The other, they say, is not currently enrolled. And as we have pointed out, the third we don't know yet. This photo came to light back in March, actually, when it was posted on Instagram. But it became nationally known this week thanks to the work of an investigative journalist well known here in Mississippi working with ProPublica. And he published a story about it. But as you say, the University of Mississippi is basically saying that they are bothered by this photo. Their words are, it's offensive and it's hurtful, but they also say it does not violate a student code of conduct. And they also note that that photo was taken at a site that is located off campus, well off campus. So in other words, it implies the university really isn't planning any further action on this. The fraternity of which they are involved, that's Kappa Alpha, has taken action. It's suspended the 3 students. They put out a statement as well, and it reads like this. This photo is inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. It does not represent our chapter. We should point out that this particular fraternity has had some racial controversy in the past. And then there is the photo itself, showing at least 2 of the men holding guns. We're not showing their faces because we have not contacted them directly. We're hoping to do that. But the fact that this is Emmett Till's site where his body was recovered, That is why it is so inappropriate to see smiling faces, holding guns. It really is awful. That sign has been removed, by the way. A new one is on the way.
And Martin, just to be clear, the university is planning no discipline for this.
Not as of yet. Now, remember that there is the possibility of a federal investigation. Already the attorney for the Northern District of Mississippi, U.S. attorney, has taken the photo and the information and passed it on at the Justice Center. So there is likely to be a lot of pressure, both public and official, coming to the university here. But right now they say that there is no action other than them being suspended from the fraternity.
Wow. I'm glad you're on the story, Marty. I'm glad ProPublica dug on this and found it. It's really important. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
More than a dozen U.S. Marines arrested and accused of human smuggling. What we've uncovered is next.
My experience with USAA has been excellent. They really appreciate the military family, and it really shows.
With all that USAA offers, why go with anybody else? We know their rates are good. We know that they're always going to take care of us.
It was an instant savings, and I should have changed a long time ago.
It was funny because when we would call another insurance company, they would say, oh, we can't be USAA.
We're the Weber family.
We're the Tennies.
We're the Hells, and we're USAA members for life.
Get your USAA auto insurance quote today.
Bear presents Outdone Yourself. Staining be done.
Done.
And stay done through every season.
Done, 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 done.
Bear semi-transparent stain. Find it exclusively at the Home Depot.
Done.
So I think we're going with the family van.
A family van? Was that her choice?
Oh, man, that was my choice. This thing's got reclining seats, DVD player. It's got a built-in vacuum cleaner. You ever seen my kid eat crackers?
Yeah. See that? See how that works? Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just gotta go straight for the source.
Car loans fast. From Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Why are we sneaking into the city when we could be at IHOP eating more crispy chicken?
Did that giant chicken just say IHOP now has crispy chicken?
Yeah! It's a new buttermilk recipe made with all natural chicken breast.
To IHOP! Chicken!
New chicken and pancakes, only $6.99 at IHOP.
Most people think a button is just a button. That a speaker is just a speaker. Or that the journey can't be the destination. Most people haven't driven a Lincoln.
Discover the Lincoln approach to craftsmanship at the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Right now, get 0% APR on all 2019 Lincoln vehicles plus no payments for up to 90 days. Only at your Lincoln dealer.
Upgrade your style with over 250 floors on sale now at Lumber Liquidators Flooring Company. Save up to 36% on premium Bellawood hardwood floors. Or get new AquaSeal water-resistant hardwood and laminate floors on sale. And save on all bamboo flooring up to 46% off. Plus, finance your entire project with 24 months special financing. Lumber Liquidators. Beautiful floors for less.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, you get straightforward advice, tailored recommendations, tax-efficient investing strategies, and a dedicated advisor to help you grow and protect your wealth. Fidelity Wealth Management.
The CNN Democratic presidential debates. Sanders, Warren, Buttigieg, O'Rourke, Klobuchar, Hickenlooper, Ryan, Delaney, Williamson, Bullock. Biden, Harris, Booker, Yang, Castro, Gabbard, Gillibrand, Inslee, Bennett, de Blasio. 20 candidates, 2 big nights. The CNN Democratic presidential debates, live from Detroit, starting Tuesday at 8 on CNN.
Did you see the headlines? Airbase Carpet and Tile Mart is having a $2.2 million inventory roll, rim, and pallet liquidation.
Everything must go to make room for new inventory.
Hundreds of carpet rolls marked up to 75% off, including half off, half rolls.
Pallets of wood, laminate, tile, and vinyl liquidated too. Shaw Laminate now 68 cents.
Extra 10 to 50% off thousands of rugs and remnants. Plus 0% up to 60 months.
At Airbase Carpet and Tile Mart. Minutes away. Find us at carpetmart.com.
Hey, I'm Bill Slowski Jr. I live on my own now. I've got Xfinity because I like to live life in the fast lane. Unlike my parents.
You rambling about Xfinity again?
You're so cute when you get excited.
Anyways, I got their app right here. I can troubleshoot. I can schedule a time for them to call me back. It's great.
You have our number programmed in?
Yeah, I don't even know your number anymore.
Excuse me?
What?
I don't know your phone number.
He doesn't know our phone number.
You have our fax number, obviously.
Today's Xfinity service. Simple, easy, awesome.
I'll pass.
The stories behind the movies we love. Sundays on CNN.
16 U.S. Marines have been arrested at Camp Pendleton. This is in California, accused of various crimes, including, get this, human smuggling and drug-related offenses.
It's really an amazing case. This all started earlier this month when Border Patrol agents say they caught 2 Marines allegedly transporting undocumented immigrants into the U.S. for money. CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr, she's following the story. What do we know?
Well, good morning to both of you. That first case earlier this month when 2 Marines were arrested apparently gave investigators the intelligence that led them to yesterday's event. So picture this. The Marines are standing in line, morning formation at Camp Pendleton, north of San Diego, and suddenly NCIS agents are there and 16 Marines are under detention for allegations of human smuggling and drug offenses. Another 8 Marines were also pulled out of line. They are being questioned for possible drug offenses. The Marines are saying this is about smuggling people potentially across the border who are undocumented, but it's not related to the border mission that the U.S. military is participating in with domestic law enforcement agencies. So a big investigation going underway, looking to see if there could be possible other arrests. And this comes at a time when there's other high-profile misconduct. We've just learned, as you know, that a SEAL team was kicked out of Iraq by their own leadership for drinking, which is illegal there. You cannot drink in a war zone, and possible allegations of sexual assault. Another Navy SEAL unit was under investigation for cocaine use. It's all leading to a lot of questions about where the leadership is in all of these units. Poppy, Jim?
Yep, and the leadership always concerned about what that does to the image, of course, of the military in these units. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon, thanks very much.
Sure.
All right, top of the hour. Good morning, everyone. I'm Poppy Harlow.
And I'm Jim Sciutto. It's Friday. So how much time do you need to heal a political rift? Well, maybe only 30 minutes or so. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi leaving her highly anticipated meeting with the freshman Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, only saying these words, "It went well."
And she did say, right, that she'll say a little bit more today. She'll explain more during a news conference that is happening later this hour. We'll bring that to you live. Before that, let's get to CNN's Jason Carroll with more on Capitol Hill. Jason, I saw you chasing her yesterday. I saw you chasing AOC yesterday for some answers.
Yeah, chasing yesterday, chasing again today, both Ocasio-Cortez and the Speaker. And look, going into this meeting, the Speaker said she was looking forward to it, coming out of it. She said it went well. She said a little bit more when asked if the two were able to resolve some of their differences. The Speaker said, "We don't have many differences." Well, of course they do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are today, right? I mean, you look at the history of what's happened with these two. Pelosi downplaying, some say AOC's influence, whether it be on Twitter or otherwise. You've got the Speaker criticizing the squad for not supporting that immigration bill. So there's been a lot of public back and forth. What's been interesting to see what's happened after this meeting is that AOC has basically been avoiding our cameras. We've been at several different locations here trying to catch up with her. So perhaps what we're trying to see here going forward is a clear message from one person about the outcome of that meeting. That one person is obviously going to be the Speaker when she gives her briefing later on this morning, just at a little after 10:30 a.m. or so. Poppy, Jim.
All right, we'll be watching. You keep chasing, Jason Carroll. Thank you so much. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, again, will speak in a few minutes. This is the last time that we'll hear from her, likely before the August recess, as Democrats grapple with what they're going to do on impeachment.
Yeah, you're going to see chairs and doors spinning this afternoon as members of Congress leave to head home to their districts. I want to get to CNN's Manu Raju. He's on Capitol Hill. Manu, you're going to be there for the presser. I mean, let's be clear. The differences between AOC and the House Speaker are real and substantive. I don't imagine anyone expects that a 20, 30-minute meeting heals all those rifts.
No, but you'll probably hear the speaker actually suggest that they are all on the same page. That's going to be her message today. You said that people are leaving. Actually, they've already left. Congress has gone for the 6-week recess on the House side, and what they're trying to do is frame a message heading into the recess. They don't necessarily want to talk about their divisions, of course. They want to talk about their legislative agenda, their economic agenda, what Pelosi has been trying to focus on, even though the party has been divided on a number of issues, including the impeachment issue and including how to deal with the president, to deal with the investigations, and frustration that the party is not doing enough in order, in the views of Democrats, hold the White House accountable. Now, the House Judiciary Committee plans to announce later today that it will file a lawsuit to try to get information, grand jury information, related to the Mueller investigation. That is something that Pelosi will point to as part of her fight and her effort in what she says is try to hold the administration accountable. She wants to put the emphasis on going forward in the courts, but a number of members, including Jerry Nadler, have privately called for an impeachment inquiry, have even floated the notion of drafting articles of impeachment. But Pelosi says, let's go to the courts first. One thing that we should look for in the weeks and days ahead is if the Trump administration in any way defies a court order. You're hearing more and more Democrats who have resisted impeachment say if there is a defiance of a court order, that could change the dial on impeachment. But at the moment, a number of Democrats are worried that they're missing their moment to launch an impeachment probe. The window is closing soon because Congress is gone. There's not much time left before we head into the full swing of the 2020 season. At that point, the impeachment window could be closed. Guys,
it's coming fast. It's coming fast. Monterraggio on the Hill, thanks very much. Let's discuss now with Lisa Lehrer, national political reporter for the New York Times, and CNN political analyst Margaret Talev. Margaret, Lisa, you've both been around a long time. I'll just begin with Margaret here. What's the way forward, in your view, for Democrats on this impeachment question? Look at the public polling on this. It's actually, public support for impeachment has actually declined in recent weeks, down to 21%. Begin impeachment hearings. These are registered voters here. What is your betting on what happens with an inquiry after the break?
Yeah, I mean, this has been Pelosi's point of view the entire time, and it's now supported increasingly by the polling and to some extent by what happened on the Hill this week, which is that this is an issue for voters to work out. But internally inside the caucus, you see that even after Mr. Mueller's testimony, there are a number who want to go forward with it. So one aspect that they are considering is whether there's a way to kind of split the difference. Can you have the Judiciary Committee go ahead with an inquiry that isn't technically impeachment? There has to be some sort of a steam valve for the base and those who are most committed to impeachment to feel that they're getting something. But Pelosi has remained pretty vigilant in the idea that moving forward full steam ahead could really blow up both the Democrats' re-election efforts in Congress and the results of the presidential election. So I don't see any evidence. And if you're looking to President Trump and Twitter as a guide for how he feels, he doesn't seem to be as worried after the testimony this week.
Yeah.
It was striking, Lisa, to hear Congresswoman Jackie Speier, Democrat, say to Jake Tapper yesterday, we got to do this thing by September 1st or bust. Oh, and by the way, she said there are 20 to 30 Democrats in the House who feel they should move forward with impeachment, but aren't doing so out of respect for the speaker. What do you make of that? That many would keep quiet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's the exact number, but I know there is a group of Democrats who don't want to be out on this if it's not going to happen, which is a thing that you see quite a lot in Washington. There's often a race to be the number 21st that jumps on the bandwagon on something, or the second, rather than be out there first. And particularly for some of these Democrats who are from districts that are perhaps more moderate, I think there is certainly a political imperative not to be out in front of something that may not end up happening. I think part of what's happening is a debate within the Democratic caucus about politics and public opinion and how you change that. Pelosi thinks, and she tells her caucus, that Democrats can't move forward with impeachment because the numbers to support it aren't there, and they should not move forward with impeachment unless the country as a whole supports doing so. But other people in the caucus, Gerald Nadler, Representative Nadler, for example, in these private meetings say, well, look, Democrats can move the country, and they look at the numbers for Watergate, which changed over time to support impeachment, and they argue that they have to take bigger actions, maybe even start moving forward with impeachment in the Judiciary Committee, or start drafting articles of impeachment to begin to change public opinion. And it's unclear how this is all going to get resolved, but I think we'll start to get some hints, seeing after we see what these Congress people hear from their constituents over this recess.
Denny Heck made that very point about Watergate to Poppy just in the last hour. Margaret, beyond the division over impeachment, you have this other division over just the broader direction of the party playing out in this conversation between AOC and Pelosi, but also in the Democratic presidential race. How does that proceed in your view? Does it continue as a very public family spat here as we go into 2020?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. It'll be the dividing line for the next two sets of debates. It'll be one of the major axes on which, the contest in Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina are fought out. But I think what you see with Pelosi and AOC is really interesting. It's a testament to Ocasio-Cortez, to the power that she has already been able to wield publicly as a Twitter figure, as a sort of generational personality. And I think the conventional wisdom has been that she's undercut Nancy Pelosi, but you could make a different argument also, which is that she's really raised Nancy Pelosi's game and allowed Pelosi to move kind of into more of a centrist role where she's had to take on both Trump and the very left.